Okay, welcome to the June Council meeting. I now declare it open at 6:30 p.m. and welcome all of those in attendance. I now invite Councillor Green to read the acknowledgement to country.
The City of Melville acknowledges the Bibbulmun people as the traditional owners of the land on which the city stands today and pays its respect to the Whadjuk people and elders both past and present.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I now draw your attention to the disclaimer on the screen. The affirmation of civic duty and responsibility on the screen. The advice of audio-visual live streaming and recording on the screen. Okay, thank you. Item 2, attendance and apologies. I have the following councillors attending electronically. We have actually an apology. Councillor Hong has now provided an apology that she will not be attending this meeting at all tonight. Councillor Ross is on approved leave of absence for tonight's meeting, but is in attendance. Item 3, declarations by members. We now move on to declarations by members. Are there any declarations by members who have not read and given due consideration to all matters contained in the business papers presented before the meeting? Nil. Declarations by members who have received and not read the Elect the Members Bulletin? Nil. Item 4, announcements by the presiding member without discussion. Approved deputations and written submissions. There are no deputations or written submissions that have been approved for tonight's meeting. However, I remind the Council that one written submission was received at the Agenda Briefing Forum held on Tuesday, 10 June 2025 in relation to item UP 2571 Policy Review. CP 114 Compliance and Enforcement Policy from the City of Melville Residents and Ratepayers Association. Item 5, disclosure of interest. Can the Head of Governance please advise if there are any disclosures of interest for this evening? Ms Newman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, no disclosures have been received for tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Are there any further disclosures from elected members? If there are no disclosures, I will move on to public question time. I now open public question time at 6:33. A number of questions have been received with notice this evening. If we have a questioner here in the meeting or have a representative to ask the question, could you please make your way to the microphone to ask your question when called? If there is no one in the audience to ask the question and the question is not taken on notice, the question and response will be provided in the minutes, which will be available to the public on Friday the 20th of June. So firstly, I call upon Mr Stokes of Cardinia. It appears that Mr Stokes is not here, nor a representative. So we'll move on to Ms Webster of Linwood. Is she here? If not, and there's no one to ask the question, we'll move on to City of Melville Residents and Ratepayers Association. Is there anyone here to ask a question on their behalf? Moving on to Ms Fliss of Applecross. Can you please come forward?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have two questions. The first one, I'm referring to the large potential development block of land which is opposite the proposed town square site on Morrow Mews, on the eastern side looking towards the river. This is a large block made up of the blocks number 24, number 26 Morrow Mews and 902, 904 Canning Highway. The right-hand side of this parcel of land is currently fronted by the pharmacy, the post office and the Kinky Lizard Cafe. So I hope you know what I'm meaning. The primary owners of these blocks are a well-established part of the business scene and part of the West Australian story. They've undertaken major developments elsewhere in the metropolitan area. Has anyone from the city approached these owners to commence or open negotiations and discussions that they would consider including a number greater or equal than 35 car parks as a component, of the public amenity of their development.
Thank you. Mr Melville will answer those questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Under the current Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan, an owner can provide community benefits as part of a development application to qualify for consideration of bonus height. Provision of public parking spaces is identified as a possible community benefit item under the CBACP. Any decision to lodge a development application and whether to propose community benefits as part of the application is a decision for the landowner.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I missed a bit there. The city has not contacted the owners in relation to these.
Okay, thank you very much. My second question, which I'll preface by saying that I do believe it would be far more prudent and yet strategic to make use of the 4,000 square metre opportunity we have in front of us for a town square. But Madam Mayor, in our recent conversation at the Town Square pop-up display, you asked me, how would it be if the city found land elsewhere in Canning Bridge precinct for purchase for public open space? And that yes, in fact, land could likely be found and that the city does have reserves for acquisitions. So my question is this: why would it be advantageous for the council to spend that reserve money in that way rather than to make use of the land that has already been purchased here for the town square? And could that reserve money be used to purchase stranded assets and to build substantial car park facilities instead or as well as?
Okay, Ms Bowman, could you respond, CEO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms Fliss. In accordance with our meeting procedures local law, as these questions were received late, unfortunately we'll need to take them on notice and they'll be published in the agenda of the July council meeting. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, Ms Sampson of Applecross.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My question is, what would be the estimated lease revenue for the kiosk proposed for the Morrow Mews site, and how does that compare with the annual car park revenue that's been stated to be $45,000?
CEO, Ms Bowman.
Thank you, Ms Sampson, for your question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You also have a second question, which, because unfortunately we've received both questions with late notice, we'll need to take them on notice and they'll be published in the agenda of the July council meeting. So thank you for your questions.
Okay, I'll just read out the second one. How does the retention of a car park on this site, surrounded by street parking on both the adjacent Morrow Mews and Kishorn Road and numerous other public car bays, which are used nowhere near capacity, and which is very close to high-frequency bus stops in the Canning Bridge train station, progress the following. The Objective 7 of the Canning Bridge Activity Centre Plan, which requires the city to promote walking and cycling while reducing car trips in the Canning Bridge Activity Centre, and the objectives of the Urban Tree and Green Space Policy, CP-102, and move the city towards providing 6.5 square metres per person of open green space by 2031.
Thank
Ms
you.
Bowman,
Thank
CEO.
you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your question. I will need to take that on question.
Thank
that
you very
question
much.
on notice due to receiving it late. Thank you.
Dr Stevens of Applecross. Okay, does he have a representative to ask a question? Mr Stevens of Applecross. Mr J Stevens, Dr J Stevens, are you Dr J Stevens? Oh, he's in Bigton. Oh, unfortunately, I think somebody has got that wrong. Not present and doesn't have a representative. Thank you. Mr S Douglas of Applecross.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor. My first name is Stephen, so a bit of confusion there, but thank you for the opportunity. So, Stephen Douglas, I live in Tweedale Road in Applecross. Some of you probably come across me through some of the emails the last couple of years to do with all sorts of things. But anyway, different issue tonight. I'm somewhat disappointed, I have to say, and I say that in the context that when we moved here or bought here 5 years ago, that one of the major factors for my wife supporting my suggestion to move where we did in the precinct was because of the opportunity that we saw for the village. It was the village idea around the town square that totally sold my wife to move where we did. And I'm feeling pretty let down that that may not happen. That is a fact, that was a primary factor in our location decision. So for me, it is somewhat disappointing to follow some of the discussion about the Morrow Mews and the town square, that so much of it is bogged down in a lot of the detail, and people, I hope not the council and councillors, but a lot of it seems to have ignored or bypassed or not considered the context of Morrow Mews and the town square in the bigger Canning Bridge precinct area, the activity centre area. And that is very disappointing. You know, we can talk about parking and we can talk about all sorts of things, but it was in the plan that council approved, 100% public open space not that long ago. Now we're talking about something else. It's very disappointing as a ratepayer, and I'm disappointed for my wife, I can tell you. So I'd like to say here that as a council...
Sorry, is that a question?
This is a question now, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your tolerance in letting me having that preamble. Thank you. So as a councillor, so I'm talking to councillors individually now, as a councillor and a council collectively, do you want to support that positive community-based vision where the town square and Morrow Mews is really the centrepiece of that precinct, the keystone that ties together what seems to be, that everyone agrees, is a fairly ad hoc dog's breakfast of a development at the moment. The town square has got the opportunity to do something different. So as a councillor and a council, do you want to support that positive community-based vision, or do you want a compromised town square and public open space which undermines, and I'll use that word again, which undermines the precinct's connectivity and attractiveness? That's my first question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And I suppose that's not going to get an answer tonight, so I'll go into my second question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. My second question is, and again talking to councillors individually, if I can see you all. Some of you I can. Thank you all for your eyes. Thank you very much, because I am appealing to you all and I'm talking to you all. What legacy as a councillor and what legacy as a council do you want to leave when you consider this tonight? What legacy are you going to be proud of when you vote? Are you going to leave us with a compromised town square and a bit of a dog's breakfast of a precinct, or are you going to look at the big picture and stick with what we've had in place in the planning for a long time, which has attracted a lot of people, including me and my wife, to that precinct? That village concept can come to reality, but it needs the full public open space, the true town square.
Thank you.
I thank you all. Thank you for your attention.
Ms Bowman, CEO.
Thank you for your questions. Elected members and council will be considering that item on the agenda tonight, so at this point probably no further information can be provided, but council will be considering this item tonight.
Mr Kavanagh of Bicton, I believe that that person is Miss A. Kavanagh? Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to speak about Morrow Mews Town Square.
Is this a question? Because this is question time.
Yeah, I would like to frame it very quickly.
Okay, because you've got 2 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, no, that's okay. I should be fine. In the context of Moreau Mews Town Square, allocating 25% of the block to car parking is generally inconsistent with contemporary urban design principles. Current guidelines and policies, both state and local levels, advocate for prioritizing pedestrian-friendly, green and multifunctional public spaces over car users, especially in areas with good access to public transport and active transport infrastructure. Western Australian urban infill policies, such as Perth and Peel at 3.5 million and State Planning Policy 7.3 codes, aim to support higher density development with reduced car dependency. These policies encourage walkability, compact urban form, and the provision of high quality public open space, discouraging the allocation of prime urban land, as in this case, to surface level car parking in areas of undergoing infill and redevelopment. Now, I'll go to my question, so I hope that was quick. Given that the Moreau Mews Town Square is intended to serve as a key public open space for a growing number of residents of Applecross and beyond, and that incorporating parking within small urban parks or town squares is inconsistent with both local and state planning policies, could officers please clarify the rationale for including 35 on-site parking bays within a square, especially when ample on-street parking is available nearby, and over 50 vertical and parallel parking bays are already proposed along the edges of the square. And altogether, I counted that would be almost 100 parking bays available. Comparing this to the size of that square, I think that's way too much, but that's only my opinion. Thank you.
Ms Bowman, CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your question. As we've received that question and your next question with late notice, we'll need to take the question on notice and it will be published in the, or they'll be published in the agenda for the July council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms Bliss for Ms Waldrow Hartfield.
Thank you. Yes, on behalf of Rosemary Waldron Hartfield. At the Agenda Briefing Forum on the 10th of June last week, regarding the Moreau Mews Park item, the officers responded to 2 questions from councillors to the effect that, firstly, the 1,000 square metre proposed to be allocated as car parking for only 35 bays would otherwise accommodate about 15 trees. And the second point was that the car park revenue for the proposed 35 public car bays on this site would have been about $45,000 per annum. Given that the minutes of the May 2025 OMC in relation to the officer's recommendation against a tree removal request cited a single 7 metre tall Queensland box tree had a value of about $30,000, please could the city explain the rationale for effectively foregoing about $450,000 in tree value, being 15 trees multiplied by the $30,000 per tree, aside from the numerous other community environmental benefits of trees and green space in this area of ever-diminishing tree canopy, which would take some 10 years to recoup in parking revenue of $45,000 per annum, whereas the trees would increase in value as they grew taller and attract more lucrative investment and rates return as they beautify this site.
Ms Bowman, CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms Fliss, for your questions. Unfortunately, as we've received these with late notice, they'll need to be published in the agenda for the July council meeting in accordance with our meeting procedures local law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Bowman.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question, please?
A question from who?
To our CEO.
Okay, yes, thank you.
We've had...
sorry, I can't take a question. Is this actually public question time? Sorry. Unfortunately,
after public
it's the
question
public
time?
to ask, needs to ask the questions. So are there any more questions from the public? Okay, since there are no further questions, I now declare that public question time is closed at 6:50. Thank you.
Allowed to ask my question now?
It needs to relate to an item on the agenda. And if it's to do with
Yes, it does.
or yes, well, when we get to that item, ask the question.
No, it relates to public question time.
No, we don't normally take questions except on reports. If it's relating to a report, you can ask the question then. Thank you.
Why
Okay,
can't
we
I
need
ask a
to move
question
on.
about public question time?
Well, the head of governance will contact you and have a chat with you about it. Okay, so we're moving on to awards and presentations. Bowman, CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, elected members. I'm pleased to share with the Council that the City has received a Lottery West grant of $2,815,582, with $2,350,000 allocated to Gulagadup Heathcote Lowerlands project in Applecross and $465,582 to the new Esplanade Park in Mount Pleasant. The Gulagadup project, shaped with traditional owners and community, will create a place that heals and connects our community through a place-based reconciliation approach for transforming a disused waterfront site on the Derbyl Yarragon Swan River into a revitalised parkland, a valuable community, cultural, natural and recreational amenity for public enjoyment. The renewed landscape will include gathering places, shade, shelter, picnic facilities, toilets, car park, revitalisation of natural ecosystems, bike path upgrade, a staircase connecting upper to lower lands in a future stage, lighting, interpretation, wayfinding and an Aboriginal healing garden with medicinal plants. The Esplanade Park project will deliver much needed public open space around the Canning Bridge Activity Centre area, featuring welcoming gathering areas with seating, shade and a children's playground, creating an ideal setting for both active and passive recreation. I thank the City officers for their efforts in preparing a strong and competitive grant application to Lottery West, and also for the community support in the Lottery West grant application. And I look forward to seeing these two important community projects come to life. And I now invite officers, and they're already there, to be present to receive the presentation of the cheque. Thank you. Sure.
All right, item 8. I have submitted a request for leave of absence for 4 weeks in June and July. Additionally, a request has been received from Councillor Edinger for 4 weeks in July. Are there any other further requests for, pardon? 2 weeks. But it's 2 weeks. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who has a request for leave of absence?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Green.
For the week of 7th to the 11th of July.
Yeah, there's no need to give dates, but you can write that on your form, just in July. Thank you. And who does? Yes, we have one more.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Wheatland has requested leave of absence for a period in August. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further leaves of absence? Okay, I need a mover and seconder for those leaves of absence. Councillor Barber, seconded Councillor Lim. Any voice to the contrary? I declare it carried. Moving on to item 9, confirmation of minutes. Ordinary meeting of 9.1, ordinary meeting of the council, 20th of May. Can I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Wheatland, seconded Councillor Lee. Any voice to the contrary? Any voice against? I declare it carried. 9.2, ordinary meeting of the Policy and Legislation Committee, 26th of May. Can I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Wheatland moved. Councillor Green, can you turn your microphone off, please? Thank you. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Is there any voice to the contrary? I declare it carried. Item 9.3, notes of agenda briefing forum, 10th of June. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Edinger, seconded Councillor Green. Anyone against? Carried. Item 10, new business of an urgent nature. There is no new business of an urgent nature. 11, identification of matters for which meeting may be closed. The following items have been identified as having confidential attachments. C25-288, RFT 242512, restricted tender supply and implementation of a customer experience relationship and request management platform, confidential attachment, and E2571, Morrimuse Town Square Public Open Space Development, confidential attachment, and 15.1, notice of rescission motion, removal of street tree, 21 Ferguson Street, Alfred Cove, confidential attachment. Should elected members wish to discuss the confidential attachments, the item will be held until the end of the meeting, and I'll call for a motion to go behind closed doors. Item 12, petitions. A petition signed by 810 residents and 350 non-residents was received by the City on Tuesday the 20th of May in relation to Kearns Crescent Car Bays. 12.1, receipt of petition, Kearns Crescent Car Bay. Officer's recommendation. Can I have a mover, please, and a seconder? Councillor Green moved, seconded. Councillor Lim. Is there anyone against? I declare it carried. Point 13, adoption of recommendations en bloc. We now move to en bloc items for this evening. The following items have been recommended to be carried en bloc. C25-283, Common Seal, June 2025. C25-284, investment statements for April. C25-285, schedule of accounts for April. Can I please have a mover and seconder for those items? Councillor Lee, you have a question on which item? That means we need to take it out of en bloc items. So you have questions about investment statements. Can we please take that out and answer those questions at a later time? So we have 2 items for en bloc investment statements. So now we have C25-283, Common Seal, June, and C25-285, schedule of accounts for April, to be moved en bloc. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Seconded, Councillor Wheatland. Is there any objection? I declare it carried. Now we're moving on to reports for this evening, item 14. First item I would like to bring forward this evening for convenience of those in the public gallery is E2571 Morrimuse Town Square Public Open Space Development. We need an absolute majority. Now, prior to tabling the officer recommendation, I note that Councillor Edinger has proposed an alternative motion. This motion was received with notice and will be considered before the officer recommendation. I also advise that an advice note in relation to this motion has been circulated to elected members ahead of the meeting, and that amendments from Councillor Wheatland and Councillor Woodall have been foreshadowed in relation to Councillor Edinger's motion. Finally, please be reminded that there is a confidential attachment in relation to this item, and if elected members wish to discuss this attachment, I will hold the item to the end of the meeting and go behind closed doors. Does anyone wish to discuss the confidential attachment? Do you wish to discuss the confidential attachment? Yes. You don't? Nobody does. Okay, so Councillor Edinger, do you wish to proceed with your alternative motion?
Yes.
Thank you. So you're moving your motion. I take it you're moving your motion, and
Yes,
Councillor Barber, you're
definitely.
seconding it. Is that correct? Thank you. Councillor Edinger, please proceed with the debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And before I start my speech supporting my alternative motion, I would like to thank the Save Our Space team for their dedicated commitment to working towards the Morrow Mews Town Square. Nearly 9.5 years after the purchase of 31 Morrow Mews was settled, we're now at a point where we're able to provide and support the city to move forward towards developing the Morrow Mews Town Square, comprising 4,000 square metres of public open space for residents and visitors to enjoy. The city's alternative concept plan, provided as attachment 6 to the agenda, does not include a car park and respects and aligns with the original motion, and I quote, to forthwith progress conversion of 100% of the site to public open space to include extensive tree planting, a children's playground and seating, end quote, which was moved in April 2023, so that much needed public open space identified in early studies relating to development of the Canning Bridge Activity Centre as being a crucial component can be developed. The concept plan includes 57 parking bays around the outer boundary of the park, including at least one disabled accessible car bay. Within 300 metres of the site, there are a range of off-street parking options available in buildings on the northern side of Canning Highway. When considering the range of community consultation processes undertaken, the numbers stack up. The city survey had 341 respondents and found that 145 respondents to the city survey did not want parking included in the final design, compared to 158 who did, with 38 respondents being unsure, possibly because there wasn't any option that did not have a car park. The Council Reference Group survey had 75 valid respondents, of which 74 indicated they did not want parking in the site. And just today, the WA Today news site published an article about this motion, and at the time of writing, their poll had 290 votes, of which 78%, or 226 participants, were for 100% green space, and 22%, or 64 participants, were for a car park. Based on these 3 community consultation processes, there's a total of 706 responses that have been received, with 445 people, or 63% of participants, indicating that they want this park to be 100% public open space. This is, in my opinion, a significant indicator of the community's desire for this site to become 100% public open space. As a council, we are always conscious of the impact of expenditure on rates. The removal of the car park from the design will provide the city with a cost saving of approximately $350,000 from future budgets. We have been advised that the existing car park is not fully utilised during the day. The existing parking fees between 8 a.m and 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, with the first hour being free, will soon be moving from $1.70 to $2.20 per hour. And based on that figure, if all bays were fully utilised each day of the week without claiming the free hour, then the income would be approximately $77,000. However, based on the current fee model, there is the potential for the city to receive no income from this parking station during the day, as well as the existing no income at all on weekends. However, if each of the sites to the west and the north are developed to 15 stories, with say 2 apartments on each floor, then the minimum rate uplift will potentially be at least $87,000 per annum, so a minimum of $10,000 more per annum than the income from the car park might bring in. Additionally, if commercial development were to occur on the ground floor of each building, there will be a further higher level contribution to the rates uplift, as well as opportunities to activate the park. The sustainability contributions of the town square weren't developed without an internal car park, include increasing our tree canopy by planting at least 15 additional trees, contributing to the greening of within the Canning Bridge Activity Centre and helping to reduce the urban heat island effect. I therefore ask that you all support my alternative motion to approve the Morrow Mews Town Square to be 100% public open space without a car park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edinger. Councillor Barber, do you wish to speak now or later?
Yes, I'll speak now, Madam Mayor, if I may. Just following on from Councillor Edinger, I was listening to ABC this morning and I believe our Mayor spoke, which was fantastic. I believe Councillor Edinger spoke, but I didn't hear them. But I did hear Nadia Mitsopoulos saying later in the program, oh, I'm getting texts from people saying Melville's discussing this item tonight, and most of the texts coming in were for public open space. I also met a lady in my community at a community event, a lovely lady who lives right near Morrow Mews, and she was very excited to tell me that she and her neighbours are looking at amalgamating properties to sell. I said, well, you know, I'm fighting hard for the Morrow Mews Park. And she said, yeah, that's great. She said, I did vote for parking though. I said, oh, what'd you do that for? And she said, well, you know, if the ferries are going to come, we're going to need parking. And I said, but we've got a property near the Tivoli that we're looking at having a potential multi-storey car park. She said, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, then no, we don't need parking on Morrow Mews. So I kind of feel that maybe a lot of people didn't know what we had planned for the whole district. Anyway, the other reason she said is that, and the other reason I've heard other people who did vote for parking was that there's not enough visitor parking in our developments. And I see that this is a potential fault of the council and that we really need to pay more attention to having enough visitor parking in all of our developments throughout the city. And certainly moving forward, if we're going to look for community benefits, then we should be looking at increasing visitor parking or public parking. I'm very happy with our city officers who were able to tell us that there are 800 car bays within 500 metres of this park. Now, as we heard from Mr Lyndon Rowe last week in his deputation, and he showed slides, a lot of these car parks are taken up by trades, workers working in the Canning Bridge district, probably visitors visiting the people who can't get into the developments because there's not enough visitor parking. But this is a town square, as we've heard tonight from our public questions. They want it to be the hub of the community. They want it to be a place where you can socialise, where you can meet people, where you can have some culture in a safe environment. But I see that most of these events will be happening in the evening. So tradies, day visitors, won't be around in the evening, which will free up a lot of those 800 parks which are currently being used during the day. And so we shouldn't need any extra parking on the Morrow Mews Town Square. Speaking about a town square, have you heard of Trafalgar Square in London? I'm pretty sure there's no parking on there. Now, come on, let's think about these main squares around the world. Yeah, let's think closer to home, Federation Square in Melbourne. I'm pretty sure, and parking in Melbourne is horrendous, but at no stage would the City of Melbourne even considered putting car parking on Federation Square. This is our little town square in Morrow Mews, and I think I agree that one day this will be a satellite city from Perth, and we should definitely keep this as a cultural town square and not put any car parks on there. If we want to have a hard surface for food trucks or for special events, maybe we could have a square ball, dare I say a pickleball, that we could remove a plastic net at the square ball of just lines, and that would be perfectly acceptable for food trucks. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're talking about events and we're talking about Trafalgar Square, but this is a town square essentially for the people of the Canning Bridge Activity Centre. This is for the 3,500 people who live within about 400 metres of this park. They need public open space. We've got a few spaces in the City of Melville, Palmyra being one, bit of Bicton, bit of Murdoch, Canning Bridge being the other. This is for the people of Canning Bridge who live less than half a kilometre, the 3,500 of them, in this very, very dense situation. We don't need a parking plan for events. These people, these 3,500, will walk there, as per the City Canning Bridge Activity Centre plan said, or they could ride their bikes. Goodness knows we put enough bike racks in the bottom of those high-rise buildings so they could ride their bikes. As we've heard from our deputy tonight, we don't need cars. This is what we're being told. So this is a town square for the thousands of people in Canning Bridge. It's somewhere to take their children to play, to walk the dog. It's somewhere for adults to run, play, exercise. And it's a place for wider community interaction. A multi-storey car park has been suggested for the for the old
Councillor,
Tivoli. Yeah, I've just
Barbara, are you wrapping up?
Yes, wrapping up. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A multi-storey car park has been suggested, no definite plans yet, but we are cognisant that the ferry's coming, and we are cognisant as a city that we do have to provide more parking. But it doesn't need to be on this park. The Tivoli site is 350 metres from Morrow Mews, very close. Let's look at more creative street parking. Let's look at using road reserves more efficiently. Let's look at angled parking. Let's look at one-way streets. But please don't destroy this beautiful open space by putting a measly 36 car bays on it. Thank you.
Councillor Wheatland, you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm a little bit thrown. I thought that this land in Morrow Mews was not just for the 3,500 people that live in Canning Bridge. I thought this was a purchase of land that benefits all the ratepayers from the City of Melville, so I've just got to get myself together on the back of that.
So would it help if you read your amendment?
Yeah, I'm going to read it out right now. So my amendment is that point 1 of the alternative of the motion with notice be amended to include the following at the end. So subject to the final design incorporating provisions for temporary vehicle access and parking to support community events, including loading zones, accessible disability parking bays, and access to services, for example, power connections, without formalising a permanent parking area. And look, the reasons for this motion are listed.
We just need a seconder at this point. Is there a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you, Councillor Wheatland.
Thank you. Let me just get my notes up properly. So you can see on the amendment, the reasons there, and I'll just speak to them. I won't read them out again. Look, so I met with Save Our Spaces yesterday and had a wonderful meeting with Susan and Paula and had a quick chat with Steve outside. And, you know, they made some really clear points during our meeting, and I did ask them about car parking on the site for accessibility, which is what has brought about this amendment. Where am I? Next page, sorry. And I'm moving this amendment to ensure that the final design for this space remains inclusive, practical and adaptable, particularly for community events and activation. And it's not about turning the space into a car park. It's about recognising that from time to time we need temporary vehicle access for things like loading in equipment for community events, providing safe disability parking options and accessing power and service connections. I've not only met with local residents and groups and heard the deputations last week by the Community Reference Group and also by Save Our Spaces. And I've spoken to residents also across the City of Melville who also have an interest in this space as well, and they're stakeholders in this strategic land asset. And I've listened to the deputations, as I've said that. There is a strong desire for this to be a green, community-focused public open space, and essentially I support that. I look at the beautiful suburb of Willagee and the area around Webber Reserve and Winnicott Oval, and it is a beautiful green open space that is accessible for the residents in that area. However, there is a large parking area right around the outside of it because we're not constrained by our density currently as bad as what Canning Bridge is, and I will talk about that later. So this amendment doesn't change the intent for the green community-focused public open space. It strengthens it by future-proofing the site for real-world needs. And Steve Douglas spoke tonight about what legacy are we going to leave for the residents and ratepayers of Melville. And I just want to remind people, actually, in relation to that comment, is that currently young people are the largest voter base in our community. And if we're talking about legacy, legacy is not now. Legacy is in 50 years' time. So this is another reason why I'm going to move this, why I'm moving this amendment, to ensure that we have got future proofing within the motion to ensure that there is opportunity to, to load up for events or to have power and accessible parking there in that event. So I've just gone off my script, but anyway. Look, we host events, we support community groups and we invite people to come together. And that means thinking ahead. This keeps the area visually open, no hard stand, no line mark bays, just flexible, whatever the report and the officers come up with. This is just a strategic amendment to allow for that inclusion. It's a balanced approach that respects community concerns, supports activation and avoids locking us into limitations, yes, limitations down the line, which is why I want to go back to the original motion that was moved. And Councillor Ettinger read it out. And never before have I ever seen a motion, or maybe I have, I can't actually 100% say that is so prescriptive in its intent without going out to community consultation. We can move motions in this chamber that are strategic. We cannot prescribe exactly what needs to be in that park. And if I remember, in both motions, it talked about a children's playground, green open space, which baffles me because community consultation is at the essence of everything that we do. So please, I ask you to support this strategic amendment to future-proof this area and to give a balanced approach that respects community concerns, supports activation, and again, avoids locking us into limitations down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheatland. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you wish to speak now or later?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak now, but only briefly. Thank you, Councillor Wheatland, for bringing this motion, which responds to the reality that we went out for community consultation and we heard from the community that this is what they wanted. Now, I have been a strong supporter for this being 100% open space, and I still think that is the best outcome. I think that the motion that Councillor Wheatland has brought helps us to square the circle, because otherwise we're in danger of having undertaken considerable consultation and then ignoring it and sending the message to the community that while they have raised some concerns, we decide that we think better and therefore we won't be doing anything about it. To be clear, the motion as it is seeking to be amended does not incorporate a permanent parking area with line markings or hard stand. That is certainly not the intention. It is clear only that we are ensuring that the space is available for community events, loading zones, and something that we perhaps don't think as much about or perhaps don't put as front as mind as we should, and that is disability access where that's required. I am sure and I'm very confident that the officers will come to us with a design that meets these requirements, that is public open space, and I am sure that we will have an excellent outcome as a result of this. So I commend this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Is there a speaker against? Councillor Ettinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I need to recover because Councillor Wheatland actually said when she was speaking to her amendment that it cannot, that the original motion cannot prescribe exactly what is in that park, which is exactly what Councillor Wheatland is just done with her amendment, in my opinion. But I am confident that our city can design a space that doesn't need this prescriptive approach to be in the motion, that they will comply with the Australian standards for disability access, that they will comply with the city's, I think it's a policy that events have to be analysed to see that they're accessible to disabled people. I'm happy to be corrected on that, I can't remember what it's called, that they can provide accessible parking bays as required for events. They can provide accesses to services without needing this to be actually detailed in an amendment, which I just think doesn't actually contribute anything to my alternative motion other than exactly prescribing what Councillor Wheatland would like to see. So I do not accept this. I support the amendment. Thank you.
Is there another speaker for? Against? Oh, councillor Ross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like to speak against this motion because all of the things that are requested here, this is a very small area of open space, but it is surrounded by parking. There's plenty of parking on street, and that gives plenty of access for any vehicles that are delivering. And I'm not sure what sort of loading zones are required for this particular green space. So, as far as having disability bays, quite easy to turn some of those current bays that are out there into bays for disabled people. It should already be there. So given the large number of parking that surrounds this area, and I'm sure that the park that was referred to by Councillor Wheatland in Willagee has the parking around the green space, not on it. So, and I'm sure that it's much larger area to start with. So this constant desire to put something on reduce the amount of green space is really quite puzzling. It's really something that is quite disappointing, because what we really need there is a space where people can congregate, that's open to them. There are trees there, and people can come and have a picnic there if they liked, while someone's having a concert in the middle. It is not the space that park connections. Great, yes, good idea, but to put parking on there, there's this always push for parking, and also I would say Sabina has got parking available to the public right next door, and it's got toilets that are provided as part of the community benefit for that area. So why we're duplicating things and spending more money when we could really get a design that is open, it's accessible, it fills the green space, so for those reasons, I simply can't support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wheatland, can you please wrap up the debate?
Madam Mayor, am I able to make a comment for the actual amendment?
For the amendment?
Yes.
Yes, I'll take a speaker for. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Seeing Councillor Wheatland has actually spoken to those most proactive and active and advocate for this public open space, and they're not opposed to this. This is only temporary parking, and I just don't see it being such an issue. It's only 21 bays, and as I said, it's temporary. So why not give it a go? Because it is just to see, there's something I'm missing here. Is it temporary, isn't it? Sorry? 36. I thought you said 21. It's only taking up 21 bays for what you've got here for community events and for their vehicle access. Sorry? I thought you said only
temporary. It's temporary parking. You'll be wrapping up the debate, so you can correct it all when you're wrapping up the debate. Okay, Councillor Spanbrook.
I do have a question for the officer, please, if I may.
Yes, what is your question?
Yeah, thank you. So to Director McCarthy, that with regard to Councillor Wheatland's amendment to the alternate, that how do you actually see this? Would this be, how will it impact the actual park itself? Would there be any issue with the design? And being temporary, is it something that actually can be removed quite quickly without being quite costly? Thank you.
Mr McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Spanbrook. The alternative motion with the amendment in front of us here, that is something that those sort of aspects would be something that we would consider as part of the detailed design. So this is really looking at existing street parking to be converted into a loading area or at that time when we have events, so that area can be accessed with any equipment that needs to be taken on that site. The provision of power is something that we would consider for the site, and if an additional area is needed for power as part of that to accommodate this, that could be considered as part of the detailed design.
Thank you. Well, we haven't really had a speaker for. I need another speaker for in order to proceed. You're a speaker for? Thank you. Councillor Barber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking for in that I commend Councillor Wheatland for bringing this to our attention. But I would have thought, it's always been talked about food trucks, so I would have thought, as with all our public open space, we'd have driveways already onto our public open space. So I assume that this would be the same. Is this what you're envisaging, Councillor Wheatland? So I just want some clarity. So as per, you use the example of Weber Reserve, you can drive onto the oval.
Can we please ask the officers the questions, because Councillor Wheatland's going to wrap up the debate.
Right, good.
So would you be able to do that?
I'd love to. Thank you, Madam Mayor. But I think, Mr McCarthy, I believe you've already answered it. So what I'm suggesting is that there would be a driveway onto already existing hard surfaces, that we wouldn't need to create loading zones on the actual public open space. We could put the driveway onto existing hard surfaces. Would that be right? And I'm guessing that's what you said, and that all of these things that Councillor Wheatland has brought up, which are great, would already be in the officer plan. Is that correct?
Mr McCarthy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Barber. So my interpretation of this amendment is really using space, not in the public open space area, but within the road reserve, street parking, to accommodate this function temporarily during events, and then it would revert back to being normal parking outside those events. I wouldn't see that it would be really feasible to have a driveway onto the public open space hard stand areas, because that's where lots of people will be, and the idea of where the parking was located in the option with parking is right at the peripheral of the public open space area to minimise those conflicts.
Okay, thank you. I think we've just really had questions. Councillor Spanbrook, is that a debate or a question?
It is a question actually to Councillor Wheatland with the consideration.
Just a question to officers only, please. Councillor Wheatland will be responding to the debate when she finalises it.
I'm just wanting to see if she's prepared to change the wording in it, and that way then save it from being unsupported, and then perhaps Councillor Ettinger may consider it being incorporated in her...
What are your words, please?
Sorry?
What are your words, please?
The word is subject to the final design, considering incorporating provisions. That way then it gives the officers or the city time to actually assess this with the concept design and also with the costing factor as well, and to come back to us on that. Other than at the moment, it's more definitive, just saying that design considering, design incorporating. So therefore, having the word considering, so it can be viewed one way or another. And that
okay, so you want to change which words, please?
At the beginning of it, it's got subject to the final design, considering incorporating provisions for. So in that...
Well, it's already there.
No, well, the officers just put that in there. Governance just included that.
Oh, I see. Councillor Wheatland, would you consider that?
I was actually going to address the language of the motion in my wrap-up.
So I take it that you don't accept that?
Well, look, I take on board Councillor Ettinger's comments, and yes, I don't want to be prescriptive because that's not what this motion is about. I'm not quite sure I like considering, but...
So you're saying no, so no, we're not going to go down that. Pardon?
I think it could be done differently in the body.
Look, I think we're just doing wordsmithing here at the moment. I'm not getting any clarity on it, and Councillor Wheatland is not agreeing. So that is not going to be a consideration. So Councillor Wheatland, can you please wrap up the debate?
Yep, and look, I'm going to go straight to the language in the amendment, and I think I take on board Councillor Ettinger's. Shit, my thing's going to die. Oh, fuck! Sorry, it's died. Comments about being prescriptive. So I think that potentially, subject to the final design, incorporating provisions for temporary vehicle access and parking to support community events with consideration to loading zones, accessible disability parking bays, etc., etc. Yeah, with consideration to after events and take out including. So
After events, put the word considering, take out including.
with consideration to inclusions like loading zones, accessible
inclusions.
disability parking bays, and access to services. Da 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 da.
All right, Councillor Spanbrook, is that along the lines that you were thinking? And Councillor Fitzgerald, do you agree? No problem. Okay, so it's been accepted.
Okay, so
thank you. Can you wrap up the debate, please?
So I just want to be clear that this amendment is not about parking on the public open space. This is not about reducing the amount of green space in Morro Mews. Just want to cover off some comments that Councillor Ross said about the loading zone. And you actually contradicted yourself, I've got to say, that you said that there's enough parking currently to adequately compensate for people coming into the area and offloading. But then you spoke about later on a concert in the area, so that would adequately require a loading zone to offload, band equipment, speakers, all the rest of it. But anyway, look, and this is a strategic overview, this motion, and it's not about having a view or a vision. It's not about how many driveways we have going into the area. This is about direction for the officers, and the direction for the officers is clear: to retain this as public open space, 100% public open space. With this amendment, it just asks for incorporating provisions for other aspects that may be needed to suitably service this town square. So I ask you to support this amendment.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote now. So we're voting on Councillor Wheatland's amendment. Green is for yes and red is for no. Carried 8-4. Councillor Woodall, you had an amendment. Can you please
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
just introduce it? We need a seconder.
So the amendment is that a new point 4 be included to the alternative motion with notice as follows. Request the CEO to investigate options for converting Morro Mews / Kishon Road into a one-way street with additional street parking where feasible.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. Yes, Councillor Woodall, please continue with your debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this has been raised before some time ago when we were first looking at this site, and I also asked a couple of questions about it at the ABF. There's a significant area of road reserve that's in this area that potentially I think has more effective alternative uses, and that's in keeping with the idea that the town square is intended to be a pedestrian-friendly space rather than a car-friendly space and less vehicle-focused. However, of course, we still need to take into account access for the local businesses in the area and events, as we've already discussed. The lack of a dedicated car park on the town square site itself, I believe, can be partially offset by looking at increasing street parking. If this is a one-way street, you could potentially look at angled parking on both sides of the street as an example, and that would potentially allow for greater attendance at events and for people to access the site from across the city as required. At this stage, though, I understand there's a lot of work that needs to go into this investigation, including detailed consultation and obviously design work down the track if it's feasible. So at this stage, the amendment is simply asking the CEO to investigate options and to come back to council with the outcome of those investigations. So it's, I guess, really just so we don't lose sight or lose track of the potential to use the road reserve around this site more effectively, which I think will achieve an outcome that works for both the community and also from the council in terms of satisfying both the need for parking and the need for public open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woodall. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you wish to speak now or later?
Happy to reserve my right, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, is there a speaker against?
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Councillor Green.
Thank you for Director McCarthy, I would think. Just with this amendment, would you think it was feasible that we could add this on as a later improvement to the area, with without compromising the if a vote was to get up for the motion as it is, either the amended or the original officer recommendation, if that makes sense.
Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Scott. So my understanding is this additional investigation would be done separate to the Morrow Mews public open space town square development, wouldn't be done at the same time. As mentioned, there's quite a bit of work in both design and consultation when you change the layout of a street and parking that would need to be done with people who are impacted, including the businesses in that area, because we would need to make sure that we maintain access and rear parking to the businesses that are located along the roads where this could be contemplated. So that would need to be looked at as part of the investigation.
Thank you. One quick follow-up.
Councillor Green.
Just procedurally, perhaps, for Director of Governance, if this was added to the amendment and then voted down, would it then be possible to move it as an entirely separate motion in the near future?
Ms. Newman, Head of Governance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. You could look at it as something if the item was to come back when I guess the concept is being finalised. You could look at something along those lines. There is a period of time, and I think it's 3 months that you would need to wait for that though, but I can confirm that outside of this meeting.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against the amendment? Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you wish to speak now?
No, Madam Mayor, I think it's all been covered. No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodall. No further speaking. All right, we'll move to the vote for the amendment. So, Councillor Woodall's amendment, we are now going to vote on that. So, if you agree, it's green.
There's no speakers against. Wouldn't it be unanimous?
Yeah, we can ask that. Is there any voice to the contrary? Is there anyone who's against? If no one's against, it's... Pardon? Councillor Green, you're looking undecided. What's happening? Do you want it to go to a vote?
I would like it to go to a vote. I don't have much to say about it, but yeah, I'd like to
go to a
speak
vote.
against.
Okay, thank you. We're going to now vote on this. So, amendment that Councillor Woodall has proposed is green for yes, if you agree, and red for no. That is carried 11-1. Thank you. We now move back to Councillor Edinger's motion, which is now amended with those two items from Councillor Wheatland and Councillor Woodall. So that's on your screen. Now, we've had the mover speaking, the seconder speaking. Is there any speaker against this motion? Take a moment to read it.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Mayor, I think the first point hasn't incorporated the changes that Councillor Whelan made.
Could we just... Yeah, can you just give us a moment to sort this out? Thank you. So are we comfortable with all the amendments in Councillor Edinger's motion? If we are, I'm looking for a speaker against the motion itself. Is there a speaker against? Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hadn't really planned to speak, but seeing as there's no one else, I suppose I should just put my reasons for objecting on the record. My view is that I think we should have parking in this location. I am of the view that we need to make wise decisions about how we, what we do with the strategic land assets that we own. And my view is that the decisions that we are making are probably not the best ones, that we could be doing something different with this space. And having said that, I understand the council's decisions and direction with regards to this, but my view is that having a balance of parking and green open space is, I guess, is the best outcome and helps us to have the best of both worlds, that we still have some green open space, but we're also able to derive a little bit of income from parking in the area. I know that there's parking currently at the site, and so if we are removing all of that parking and not replacing any of the parking, I think that the issues with regards to having enough parking in Canning Bridge will continue to perpetuate. I know that there's ongoing complaints and concerns around traffic congestion in the area, and so to remove the overall number of parking bays, I think, is only going to compound that issue and is going to lead to more dissatisfaction from residents and more complaints in the future. So my view is that the balanced proposal is the best one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take one more speaker against because I've had 2 for, and I'm looking for Councillor Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The officer recommendation to include parking is a compromise that acknowledges the desire for public open space, the unanimous desire for a town square of some size, and most importantly, from the most recent survey, quite frankly, the only reliable survey that there is regarding this site is the city's survey at 341 responses versus 96 from the CRG, where despite some efforts to distort the responses, more people asked for parking than didn't ask for parking. Now, since the start of this strategy, where ratepayers from all across the city of Melville put their ratepayers' money, over $9 million, into the purchase of land in this area, we've had a long, protracted, drawn-out process that we now have the opportunity to bring to an end with some compromise, with some parking that more people want than don't want. What we've heard from other groups is too localised in its interests. I've asked the question of the CRG last week about did they have some concerns about the vast difference between the results of the City of Melville survey of 341 responses versus the results of their own, where there were 96 responses and 95 conveniently supported the CRG concept with no parking. The land has a car park on it already. The alternative motion will result in a loss of 35 car spaces, and we are spending ratepayers' money, and ratepayers have said that the more ratepayers have said that they want a car park than don't. We all want to see a town square here, but we all want access to it. All the people that are paying for it from across the city deserve to have reasonable access to the park that they are paying for. Thank you.
All right, there doesn't seem to be a lot of speakers tonight, so I'll go to Councillor Edinger to wrap up the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to read from the Element report. The report is called the Community Development and Place Activation Plan, which is from 2020, but which was received by Council in April 2022 for some reason. And it speaks to place activation, and it says that place activation is to support the Canning Bridge Activity Centre objectives by injecting life and vibrancy into the precinct throughout the year with a hierarchy of activation activity ranging from permanent activation anchors to large-scale annual activities, regular programming and incidental activation. And then it's got a list of the activities and the locations. And the very first item on that list is Town Square. And the description is a new civic place in the heart of the precinct at the juncture of Morrow Mews and Kishorn Road, interfacing with a multi-purpose recreation and community facility, which is not going to be there, obviously, but that was their vision. It will be a safe, playful and attractive place for community events and special celebrations. And then it moves on and talks about street markets, that monthly markets at Morrow Mews and Kishorn Road could be held in warmer months, featuring food trucks, fresh produce and artisan stalls, and that opportunities for partial street closures could be explored, and looking at the eventual investment in the town square as part of the redevelopment of city-owned land. So this has been coming for a long time. This vision has been coming for a long time. I don't think that, as Councillor Green put, that we can disregard the people who are very localised in their interest. These are the people who live in that area daily, who are being impacted by the lack of public open space, who will embrace it wholeheartedly when it's built, and who will sing our praises as a council when we agree to have this park built with 100% open space. Councillor Barber referred to the great squares of the world, none of which I've seen yet. I've been to Federation Square, but that's it. But I've seen pictures of Trafalgar Square and St Paul's, the square in Venice, is that St Mark's? Don't know. But none of these have got parking on them. They have foot traffic. They have people. They are serviced by public transport. They are there for the people, not for the traffic. And this is why I am so against having a car park on this park. This is why many people are against having a car park on this park. Councillor Green just spoke about the city's community consultation. Well, during that consultation, there were, I think, 38 people who were undecided. And potentially they were undecided because even though I was eager for a no car parking option to be presented, it was voted down. And so they didn't have the option of the no car parking on public open space. They couldn't make a decision on that. probably without looking at a plan, because there's a lot of people who can't visualise things without looking at plans. And that's disappointing that they didn't have that opportunity. It's disappointing for me that council didn't support my vision of having the alternate plan, but here we are. Anyway, so I am hoping that you all feel the same way as I do, that we need to move on, that we need to give the city the opportunity to start designing this plan so that we can then vote on it going from design to development. And as Councillor Ross and I were talking earlier, maybe we'll have a Christmas market there this Christmas, or maybe next Christmas, depends on how long it takes. But the sooner this park gets developed, the better. The sooner the developers who own the blocks around the park can have certainty as to what's going to be on that park, and they can develop restaurants and cafes that we can go and sit and eat that will spill out onto the park. The area will be activated. I was down there on Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m. and it was like a morgue. There were a few people around, moving, but not many. And I think that it will lead to a new era in public spaces for the city, an era that we can be proud of. And for these reasons, I ask that you support my alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edinger. All right, we're going to proceed to the vote. So green is for Councillor Edinger's amendment or substantive motion with amendments. Thank you. We're just actually having to determine where to go to from here because an absolute majority is required. We have a tied vote. So we're just getting some advice on what to do next. Look,
We've got Matthew's amendment.
can we just adjourn for a moment, just 5 minutes, and so the officers can decide what needs to be done? item. I now have to declare a vote. I declare a casting vote since we are tied 6-all. I'm declaring the vote against. So that means that there is no motion carried because it is an absolute majority and we need the numbers. So therefore, we're moving to the officer's recommendation, and I need a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation.
Madam Mayor, before you do that, you were just speaking about the opportunity to rescind the vote that's just occurred. When would that happen?
Ms Newman, Head of Governance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. So we now do need to move to the officer's recommendation. If that doesn't achieve an outcome that the council is satisfied with in terms of the voting processes or the outcome, you could look to advise the advise the CEO of a request to rescind the motion. You would need to still have the same amount of support, and we can deal with it again at urgent business later on in the meeting. But at this point, the Mayor is going to provide her casting vote, and we will move to the officer's recommendation.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Spanbrook.
Thank you. With the officer's recommendation, can we make some amendments to that recommendation?
Yes, you can.
Add another point to include.
You don't need to do that now, but yes,
okay.
you can. The answer to your question is yes.
All right, thank you.
So we need to first of all have a mover of the officer's recommendation.
Madam Mayor, sorry, I have one more question.
Yes, Councillor Green.
As I recall, I could be wrong, but as I recall, doesn't there need to be a period of time before a rescission motion is raised after a vote?
Head of Governance, Ms Newman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, the meeting procedures does provide for a rescission motion to be called at the same meeting. There is a process that we need to follow. Can you remember what this? It's under section 15.2 of your meeting procedures.
Okay, can I have a mover and seconder of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Green moved and seconded. Councillor Robbins, thank you. Councillor Green, can you speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll be somewhat repeating what I said previously. However, this has been a contentious issue, both at the Esplanade and the Moreau Mews sites. They were considered as one at one stage, now separate. But in particular, this side is the side that ratepayers paid over $9 million to, as part of a long-term, in my opinion, sound strategy to aggregate land to create a bigger parcel of land that can certainly deliver a town square. There's never been under any, as far as I'm aware, no one has been against developing a town square on this site. What we've seen since has been a lack of compromise, which has resulted in us now arriving in June 2025 and still not having a decision. With compromise, this is a suitable compromise, and if we are ever going to move on from this issue, surely we can all show some compromise. And we can all pay some respect to the survey that the council, the city has put out, an extensive survey that has once again shown that that people of the city of Melville have concerns about car parks in the area. This is the most reliable survey. Personally, when I speak to people, parking. On occasions, what do they need a park for? They've got the river comes up, all these sort of, less rational things. But parking is an overarching concern. It's a concern across the board for almost everybody that I speak to, and the results are here from the survey. Whether that survey has been actively distorted or not, which I believe it has been, it still shows that more people want parking than don't want parking on this site. So the officer recommendation is appealing to everybody's needs here. There are people that want car parks. There are people that want trees. There are people that want a cafe. There are certainly people that want public open space. So I find it incredibly puzzling that groups referring to themselves as a council reference group, for example, are not taking the broader, wider community into consideration when they are looking at this and seeing that there are a significant number of people that have concerns about the car parks. And we've also all been speaking about the versatility of the car park and how it can be used to house staging or these sorts of things if we were to have a community event. All of this it provides versatility, and and while we still have a nice green space, a nice public space for the local people to use, but also for the people that paid for it, and that's the people of the entire City of Melville. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Robbins, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spanbrook, you indicated you wanted to amend something?
Madam Mayor, I'll leave it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A speaker against? Councillor Edinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to refer to Councillor Green pointing out that there's been a lack of compromise. There hasn't been a lack of compromise. There's been a commitment to the original motion, which is 100% public open space and grass and trees and children's playgrounds and seating areas. In the Model Code of Conduct, Division 3 talks about behaviour, and under Section 8, which is personal integrity, subsection 2 says a council member or committee member B, must comply with all policies, procedures and resolutions of the local government. Our resolution was for 100% public open space, and that is what I personally am committed to hopefully obtaining. So there is no lack of compromise. It's more like a backbone, sticking to what's been decided by the council and not going against what council has decided. And that is why I encourage all of you to consider carefully when you vote for this motion and vote for what is in line with the original motion, which I won't speak the words of again, but you know what it is, and vote against this motion. Thank you.
A speaker for? I'll take another. Are you going to speak for?
No, can I move an amendment?
What's your amendment, please, Councillor Wheatland?
I've just texted it to Head of Governance, and my amendment will be to add a dot point A for number 1. Endorse the recommended concept plan for Morrimuse Town Square public open space with the consideration of A, the inclusion of a non-dedicated overflow parking area with the request that the detailed design investigate only environmentally sensitive surface treatments, in brackets, e.g. semi-permeable or grass reinforced systems, that preserve the open space character, support healthy ground cover, and avoid the use of traditional hard stand or concrete car park infrastructure. And B, am I going too fast? Incorporation of functional event and community use requirements, including consideration of loading and service vehicle access accessible disability parking bays and connection points for services such as power and water. Have you got it? Yeah. Yeah.
I've also been advised that you can actually delete item 2. Is that my understanding? Ms Bowman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there was a question asked earlier whether or not it would be possible to delete point 2 because the budget for Morrow Mews Town Square is already included in the draft 25-26 budget as $150,000. So if an elected member wished to move an amendment to it and it was supported and carried, then yes, that would be possible. And then that would then mean an absolute majority would not be specifically required for that motion.
Happy to add that. And we can vote.
But you might want to separate that out.
That's really frustrating because I would have done that in my alternate motion. And I think
okay, we don't want to have a
completely
discussion.
changes the playing field.
Okay, we don't want to discuss that. It has to be moved, seconded and voted on if somebody is going to do that. At the moment, we've got Councillor Wheatland's amendment. That's all we've got.
Can I ask a question, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Barber.
Am I allowed to ask Councillor Wheatland, or does it have to be an officer?
It needs to be an officer.
They won't know anything about Councillor Wheatland's amendment.
I haven't spoken to it yet.
Okay.
Hasn't been seconded. So.
Madam Mayor, am I able to speak against the officer recommendation?
Not at this point. We are dealing with an amendment. This is Councillor Wheatland's amendment. It's not the officer's recommendation. It's an addition to it. That's all we're discussing. So we're waiting for that to be put on the table and then Councillor Wheatland will explain it
So need a seconder.
in her opening address. Okay, the yellow is Councillor Wheatland's amendment. So please read it and she will explain it.
Is this additional parking to the parking that's already in the concept plan?
I think we'll just wait for debate. I think you need, perhaps you can address that when you are doing your opening remarks, okay? Have we all read it? We know what we're voting on, we know what we're discussing. We're discussing in the yellow only. Okay, Councillor Wheatland, can you please open the debate?
Madam
sorry,
Mayor,
seconder.
prior to Councillor Wheatland speaking on it, that how this actually appears to be, in addition to attachment 5, what the officer recommendation actually is, which already has 36 car bays in that. So you've got 36 car bays, you've got plus this here, so it's not actually... So we either need to go to attachment 6. So I think we'd be better off rejecting the officer recommendation and go back to the rescission motion and then go back.
Okay, I think you're giving an opinion now. Now, can I just ask the officers if this is an allowable amendment? That might be the best process. So who is best placed to answer that? There's something missing from Councillor Wheatland's amendment, so we just need to correct that. That might help.
Councillor Wheatland, maybe your amendment could be in place of or to replace the 36 car.
Okay, just a moment. We're just getting the right words here. I think let's wait till we get the right words and then we can let Councillor Wheatland. Ms Bowman, CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't believe that's quite clear enough. If the intent is to replace the 35 car parking bays which are in that attachment 5 concept, it needs to be more clearly worded to say remove and replace with the inclusion of, so remove and replace the 35 car parking bays with the inclusion of a non-dedicated overflow parking area as, you know, continued on.
Mr McCarthy, can you please advise if this is achievable?
So through you, Madam Mayor, and it depends on the level of use of this area. So we have tried turf celled parking areas before, and they weren't hardy enough to sustain the growth of grass on that area. So it just depends how much use a temporary or an overflow area would use. So if there was half a dozen events a year, it might be okay. If it was used a few times a month, it may not be okay, based on my understanding of how this sort of setup has worked in the city in the past. We can look at permeable paving that allows the water to drain. That's not a problem. We can put in rain gardens to address any water-sensitive urban design issues. That's not a problem. We can put in more a treed area with some parking in it that might have less than 35 bays, which could accommodate a much more green, environmentally friendly option. Those can all be looked at in that context. I guess as it's worded now, it provides enough flexibility for the office to go away and work on a design that tries to achieve a blend between the factors that are included in the amendment.
Okay, I think that's a yes. All right, Councillor, yes, Councillor Wheatland needs a seconder. Does she have a seconder? Councillor Woodall.
Madam Mayor, could I please ask a couple of questions about the amendment?
Yes, you can. Thank you, Councillor Robbins.
Thank you. My first question is, how do we remove and replace the car parking bays with the consideration of inclusion of a non-dedicated overflow parking area? Like, surely we're either doing it or we're not. And then my second question is what the overflow is from. Like, the cars are overflowing from where? Like, I'm a bit confused. Thanks.
Mr McCarthy, can you respond to that?
Through the chair, this is the first I've seen it. What my interpretation of it is, we wouldn't have a permanent car parking area there. It would be some surfaces and environmental aspects incorporated to the design, but when parking was needed for events or those sort of things, that it could be used temporarily, and depending on the scale and type of cover that's down there, we would have to manage it in accordance with the level of use to maintain the surface to the required standard.
All right, I think we've answered that. So, Councillor Wheatland, can you please open your debate?
Thank you. Look, I spent a good part of today looking into this particular modification after meeting with the Save Our Spaces, Susan and Paula yesterday. I went away with quite a really good outlook and positive outlook on this space, and I see the passion and the vision there. But I also see and understand the feedback that was received by all the surveys, by the surveys that the city did, by the survey that the CRG did, and the surveys that I conducted myself. And there is you know, people do want some sort of parking there, but they don't want permanent parking there, right? So I think what I was trying to do, firstly, with this amendment, is to take away that hard car parking space in the middle of the green open space and come up with another alternative that's not permanent, that's there for when it is required. And I know it's not ideal, it's not going to generate a great load of income, but it's going to try and balance response to community feedback that we've received, and allowing the open space to remain open space but still meeting the broader community needs. You know, and any parking that may happen when it's required, whether it be for a concert or an event, 3-4 times a year, I don't know what it's going to be like. You know, because people are going to want to come from outside of the area to this space, because it's going to have bespoke furniture in there. It's going to have bespoke play equipment in there, as we heard from the officers. It's going to be a special place for everyone that people will want to come to and visit. And not everyone will come by buses, unfortunately, and not everyone has the ability to walk there. People can catch the ferry, that's wonderful. So, you know, if there is a concert there or a special Christmas event there at Christmas time, and people with disability access need places to park, or I don't know, there's that option. I'm just trying to soften where we're at right now. I've lost my... Is it locked? It also acknowledges the practical realities of community events and public activations, such as loading, power access and inclusive parking, which I spoke about before. And it maintains alignment with the city's environmental accessibility and open spacious strategies without compromising long-term flexibility. So look, I know this is not what everyone wanted, but I am trying to come to a middle ground somewhere, and which is why I'm moving this amendment, and I ask for your consideration and for your support, and I welcome any feedback. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wheatland. Councillor Woodall, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Strikingly, I actually had a list of sort of places around the world that have central park locations as part of their city, and my list had some overlap with Councillor Barber's. So we both identified Federation Square in Melbourne. I went with Leicester Square in London rather than Trafalgar Square, but I accept, you know, opinions could differ on which of those is preferable. I think, you know, Green Market Square in Cape Town, Sol Plaza, Schwedensplatz in Austria, all of these, I've got a whole long list here, I won't read through all of them. Not one of them has 25% of the space given over to parking, like none of them. Even here in Perth, where we are notoriously pro-parking in all cases, Hyde Park, Russell Square, no central parking. Parking around the periphery, sure, and we're adopting that here, but to give up 25% of that space for parking is simply not, you know, something we would contemplate. If I said to you, elected members, I've got a great idea, what we should do is, at a cost of $64,000 per bay, add extra parking to this park, I hope you would all look at me like I had gone slightly mad. Yet, that is the land value per parking bay that we are proposing to allocate to parking on this site. That is, I suggest, madness. I do not think anyone looking at the $9 million purchase of that land would have said at the time a really great use of that investment would be to take $2.25 million of it and allocate it to 35 parking bays. When you put it in those terms, I think it is difficult to comprehend why we are spending the time, energy and effort we are arguing about the allocation of these bays. There was, I think, an excellent compromise reached. There was a way of dealing with this that would allow for events, that would allow for access in the previous motion. There has been some confusion about that. I am hopeful that we will return to that later in this meeting, but I think that just taking a step back and asking ourselves, is this a good use, not just of the land, but of the dollar value that the land represents? I suspect it would be very difficult for us to put our hand on our heart and say, yes, this is a good use of that land and money.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Is there another speaker? Is there a speaker for? Oh, Councillor Woodall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll speak in support of this amendment. I think this amendment is an attempt to strike a compromise and soften the officer recommendation and the proposed 35 bay car park with the removal of the hard stand and effectively conversion into a semi-permeable or I guess grass reinforced system, which can be used as public open space the vast majority of the time. My understanding is that the intent is for this space only to be used for parking when absolutely necessary, such as major concerts, major events that might happen every couple of months, perhaps at most. It's not intended to be general parking day to day, and therefore I think it does strike a compromise and a balance and is a useful use of the space. I do have concerns about having major events at the site without sufficient parking in place, and in terms of attracting people to the area from across the city. I think if we have overflow parking that can be used when it's needed a few times a year, but otherwise be public open space, I think that's a good outcome. We've seen that at other city reserves, in some cases not even with semi-permeable systems. In some cases we have people park on the lawn, park on grass at places like John Creaney Reserve when there's a major event on. So, and perhaps Tompkins Park as well. So I think there have been examples where it has occurred effectively in the city, and I believe Councillor Wheatland's amendment is a sensible way to try and address the concerns and issues that have been raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barber, you speaking for or against? Against? Okay, thank you. I'll take one more speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to speak against this. Number 1 says endorse the recommended concept plan, which is attachment 5. And attachment 5 has got the hard stand 35 car park bays. It's recommended by Councillor Robbins and Councillor Green because they want to try and get some revenue, and they want to apparently appeal to everyone's needs, and apparently 35 people want parking bays. And yet this amendment by Councillor Wheatland is going completely against, what I feel is going completely against the aim of the motion, which Councillor Green and Councillor Robbins say they want to get revenue from car parking. And I'm hearing from the proponents that are saying that this is only necessary parking. So I think it's not appealing to everyone's needs, to quote Councillor Green. It's not appealing to the supposed needs of people who want parking, but it's appealing to an overflow if we have a concert or event. If we have a concert or an event, we can park on the grass, as Councillor Woodall has said. We already park on grass if we have events. We don't need to put in reinforced grass that it's not safe. We're talking about public open space where people are going to recreate, picnic, and falling on reinforced turf would be very hard, would be uncomfortable to sit on, I should imagine. So if we have a concert, creating space for 35 cars is probably not going to do much anyway. I just see that this amendment would be better attached to attachment 6, not attachment 5. I see this as an alternative to the aim of this motion, so I don't see it as a suitable amendment. I don't actually see how it fits with attachment 5 at all. So I'm speaking against this amendment, and I'm thinking it's be much better, this amendment being with attachment 6.
Okay, I'm going to ask Councillor Wheatland to wrap up the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. In relation, firstly, to what Councillor Fitzgerald said about the inclusion of 25% of this space as parking. But what this amendment is trying to do, is seeking to do, is to remove this percentage and it says, with the consideration of removal and replacement of the 35 car parking bays. So in removing that 25% use of the whole site and consider an environmentally sensitive option that can be used as parking when needed, when absolutely necessary, I think is not a bad option. In relation to Councillor Barber's comments, look, I'm not trying to appeal to everyone's needs here. I'm just trying to find a middle ground. You know, we've got a very passionate group of people that want, and, you know, like I was pretty sold on Town Square site, but it's for everyone. So this is not about making everyone happy. It's about finding a middle ground. And on the back of what we've just experienced off that last alternate or notice of motion, I reverted back to this amendment, which I worked on today before I worked on the amendment for the previous motion. Look, scooters can be used on semi-permeable places. So that area that you're talking about might be too hard to sit on. Kids could scoot on it when there's no car parking there. Kids could play on it. You could bounce a basketball on it. You could do anything. I'm not going to prescribe what people are going to do in this space. I'm just giving an option to take away the hard stand of a car park in 35 bays on 25% of the site, of this public open space, Town Square, to an alternative. To consider the inclusion of a non-dedicated area where we can put semi-permeable options there to stand cohesively with the rest of the public open space as an alternative, as an option. Right now, you've got the opportunity to support this, and I seek your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheatland. Is everybody clear what they're voting on? The amendment in yellow. Have you all read it? Absolutely clear. All right, so green is if you agree with... Yeah, you were going to do it separately if you were going to do it at all. Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, what is your question related to this amendment?
So let's say if the officer recommendation is one, can we still do the rescission motion as an urgent business?
Ms Newman, governance.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think council should probably be take consideration about what they want to vote on at this point, rather than trying to vote on something in the anticipation of a rescission motion. So this still requires an absolute majority at this point, and again, if it doesn't achieve that, it would be lost and we would have a stalemate and no direction. At that point, the rescission motion could come into effect. But I think council needs to consider what's in front of them at this point in time rather than possible future actions. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to the vote. So we're voting on the amendment in yellow, and green is to support the amendment, red is to refuse it. Okay, that is lost 3-9. Thank you. We're back to the substantive motion. Okay. Councillor Wheatland, did you want to move in another amendment? Is that what you said? Or are we moving on with the officer's recommendation?
Did we want to remove point 2?
Well, that's your call. Okay, thank you. There's no mover of that, so we're going to press on with the officer's recommendation, moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Robbins. Okay, so is there a speaker against? Councillor Fitzgerald.
At the risk of repeating much of what's already been said, my plea here is that it appears that we are relatively close to a view that there ought to be a motion to revoke the earlier determination, that there has been some confusion about how people were voting and how they ought to have voted, and that there is appetite to have that vote. I think the cleanest option in the circumstances then is to defeat this motion and to return to the next question, which is whether we want to revisit the determination made on the earlier motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I can take another speaker against, if you wish. Councillor Spanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is unfortunate that a mistake was made by myself, and I would like to see to return to the previous motion with amendments as Councillor Fitzgerald has just mentioned. So I do also speak against this officer recommendation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins, have you spoken? I didn't check. Do you wish to speak now?
No, I think most of the points have been covered, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Green, do you wish to wrap up the debate?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to address a few additional things that have been said along the way. Firstly, the car park is not in the middle of the Morrow Mews space. It's to one end. I think if we consider that and we're looking at town squares around Australia and around the world, when you think of a town square somewhere else, you think of the square, you don't think of the car park. That doesn't necessarily mean there isn't a car park next to it. On that point again, we've also been hearing about world famous grand cities that have been around for 200 or 300 years with built up high density buildings around them, parks that have been around since before cars were invented. But if we have a look around Australia or the US or more modern cities, we will see town squares with parks adjacent or perhaps underground. And underground is obviously not an option for us here. It's too expensive. On the point of cost, Councillor Fitzgerald mentioned 64,000 per bay land value. Councillor Barber mentioned that that perhaps Councillor Robbins and I were looking at this from a revenue point of view. I am not directly looking at this as a revenue generating opportunity. I think we should collect money if we can from the parking, but what it does do is it frees up other valuable land in the Canning Bridge area for purposes that don't necessarily have to be 100% parking, and give us the opportunity to maximise return on city-owned assets in other areas. That's about all for now. You've heard my other points on the matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to the vote. Is everybody clear on what they're voting on? It's in the red on the screen. Okay, reread it again if you need to. Okay, so green is if you agree with that motion, and red is if you're against. Oh, I haven't voted. That is lost 5-7. Okay, moving on to the next item.
Madam Mayor, is this an opportune moment to note that I wish to move a motion to change the determination that was made previously? So to flag that That's so under 15.2. I'm looking to identify the decision to be changed is the earlier determination on the vote. Not this
Oh, yes,
vote,
we
but
understand
previously.
what you're saying, yes.
So, like flagging that I'd like.
I
to
was
move
just
the motion.
wondering if it actually, it was, I'm not sure what happened to it actually. Yes, Head of Governance, Ms Newman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, in accordance with the meeting procedures, the CEO needs to be advised of your intention to change or revoke a decision. I'm guessing that has now been done, and then the CEO will need to advise the presiding member, which has now been done, and we will deal with this as a matter of urgent business at the conclusion of the meeting. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just forgive the interruption, but I thought because we have members of the gallery, is there any chance we could bring this urgent business forward? I don't want to upset anybody. So
I'll ask Head of Governance.
It's an item of urgent business, so Madam Mayor, it would be dealt with at the end of the meeting, but it is your meeting, so you do have the discretion to bring it forward should you wish to.
Does the meeting wish to have this brought forward? Have most people? Okay, let's deal with it now then. Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I understand it, I'm moving the motion that is required. It's effectively a procedural motion. That is the motion to change a decision of the same meeting. We're all clear on what motion that is. I think we're all fairly clear on the reasons as well.
That was the motion with the amendments. Yes, can we please have that up on the screen? And can everybody please read it this time and make sure you know exactly what you're voting on? Thank you. If you could please do that, or we can have somebody read it out for you if you need be.
I support it.
Okay, I need to have 5 hands to show the rescission motion's accepted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we only need 5. Oh, hang on. Yes, we need. No, this isn't. We're not voting. We need to have 5 people supporting a rescission motion before we can proceed with the debate. Yeah. So what we've got is Councillor Fitzgerald, because he initially raised it. 4 more. Councillor Edinger, I think you raised your hands. Councillor Barber, Councillor Spanbrook and Councillor Lim. I'll take Councillor Lim, it doesn't matter. Okay, so you've got your 5 names. Okay, so now we need to move the rescission, which, is that the one in front of us? Is that what you're moving, Councillor Fitzgerald? I need to know.
Yes, that is the substantive motion as amended that.
Pardon?
Councillor Edinger's amended 16.
No, it actually didn't fail either. It's in a neutral position, my understanding is. Is that correct? Yeah, but the casting vote has no effect on an absolute majority. No, I had to use my casting vote to complete it. I know, I didn't understand it either. Yeah, the absolute majority was not achieved. It cannot be achieved with a casting vote. Well,
Yes.
Councillor Ms Newman, can you just clear that up?
I'll allow you, Ms Newman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Councillor Fitzgerald is moving a change of decision under section 5.2 of the meeting procedures. So, sorry, 15.2 of the meeting procedures. So he has proposed to change the decision on the motion in relation to the item. I can't see the item number. Sorry, in relation to item E2571, Morrow Mews Town Square Public Open Space. The alternative motion submitted by Councillor Edinger and amended by Councillor Wheatland and Councillor Woodall was lost as it was a tied vote. The Mayor cast a second vote to reach a decision. It didn't reach an absolute majority decision because an absolute majority decision is 50% plus 1 of the total number of officers, which is 13, so that's a vote of 7. The Mayor doesn't get to vote for her office twice. So the vote was lost in terms of the absolute majority decision. Councillor Fitzgerald is moving to change the decision that was made in that space. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, could I just clarify? So if the rescission is successfully moved, then the change of decision will incorporate the amendments that have already been moved and approved, rather than we don't have to move them again, I hope.
Ms Newman, Head of Governance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, unless someone decides they want to change that decision as well. No, it will be the substantive motion as amended.
Yeah, it's the one in front of you, and you should be able to read your amendments in there. Has everybody got that? Do you know what you're doing? If you don't, please speak up now. Okay, so let's proceed. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you have a seconder? Oh, you must have. Councillor Barber. Yes, thank you.
I've got 5 seconders, Madam Mayor. At the risk of reopening this debate, I will not. I am moving that we change the decision in relation to item E2571. That is the substantive motion that was amended, so incorporating all the amendments. I am requesting that we revisit our position on whether to pass that motion. Thank you.
Okay, we're voting, now I just want to clarify this, we're voting on the change of decision motion first before we decide on the motion. Okay, so change of decision motion which is being proposed. All right, look, this particular, we're just deciding on a change of motion, a change of decision motion. We're not deciding on the amended motion yet. Okay, so Councillor Fitzgerald has explained it. Does the seconder wish to add on to that? No. Okay, there's seems to be some clarity. Is anybody speaking against? You can.
I won't speak against, but for the record, I would like to be against.
Okay, so in the vote, yes. All right, Councillor Robbins, you can.
Thank you. I just heard when there was the discussion, some of it informal, about the way people voted and people feeling like they voted the wrong way. I just overheard someone make the comment, oh, I didn't realise that's what you wanted me to do, or something to that effect. I might not have got that wording exactly right, but I just encourage every councillor here to actually make the decision that you think is best, not what you think other councillors want you to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers on this matter? Then we're going to take it to the vote. And all those who, the green will be for, yes, we agree with the change of decision motion. And the others say, no, we don't agree with doing this. And we need an absolute majority. 7. Yes, no casting votes. All right, I'll cast a vote, but it won't count for anything. Okay, thank you. So let's vote now if you want to go ahead with the change of decision motion. Carried 8-4, absolute majority has been achieved. So now we're on to the motion. And the motion, as I understand it, was the amended version. I'm getting a nod here. That's what everybody agreed on. It's the one before us. Okay, yes, we'll take new movers and seconders. Well, it can be the same old ones, but...
Can I just make some suggestions, a suggestion? Can you please take the semicolon out from the end of point 1? Or the colon, or
yeah,
both
okay.
of them.
Is that better? I think we've improved it. All right, so we need a mover and seconder. It can be the same people. Councillor Edinger, Councillor Barber, thank you. Councillor Edinger, do you wish to open the debate?
This is extraordinary times, but I think it's for an extraordinary project, and I do not think we will regret voting for 100% public open space for the Morrow Mews Town Square, and therefore I ask you all to consider your vote, as Councillor Robbins has counselled us, and vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barber, do you wish to speak now or later?
No, thank you. I just trust that we're going through the right process, and I thank everybody for their patience on this important issue.
Okay, thank you. Speaker against?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Green.
I'd just like to finally address one issue, and that was the suggestion that the code of conduct of elected members could be put in question just by trying to get a good result for their community. The original decision around this area was something vastly different to what we're dealing with at the moment. Personally, I am on council largely for the reason that I don't like to see good long-term planning go to waste. I believe that has happened here. So I'm proud of the stance I've taken, and I certainly hope that no other elected members are questioning their adherence to the code of conduct by voting either way on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Are there any further speakers against? Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge everyone's contributions to this debate, because obviously there's some strong views in the room, and we've got some very passionate members of the community present as well. And I still I hold to the firm belief that we all are here to do what we think is best for the community, even if we don't always agree on what that might look like. I just want to take a moment to congratulate Councillor Green on his resolve and courage in standing by what he believes in. And yeah, as I've already said, and as Councillor Green has mentioned as well, I think that there are better opportunities for this site and other sites in the city than this. And I think removing parking from a location where it currently exists in the Canning Bridge Activity Centre area is inviting further problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Councillor Ettinger, can you wrap up the debate, please?
The question, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I know I'm the
Councillor
seconder.
Barber?
Should we be removing number 2? It's been brought up quite a few times. I'm just not sure.
Well, there was an opportunity many times, but we're now closing the debate.
No problem, no problem.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ettinger.
I actually don't think I have anything to add to the debate. Thank you.
Okay, we're now voting. So Green is to accept the substantive motion as amended. It's in front of you. And red is against. Okay, it's carried 8-4, absolute majority achieved. All right. Moving on to the next item. C25.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I was just wondering that if you're able to bring forward the needs analysis report, because Christian White, who the leasee of Leeming Strikers, is actually in the public gallery. So if you're able to give that consideration, it'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, we just remember we are at 9 o'clock, 9:05. We are closing the meeting around 10, and we have a budget. Okay, so which item is this? Yes, we have brought that item forward. We need to have a mover and seconder. Councillor Edinger, seconded Councillor Woodall. Oh, sorry, I mean Councillor Spanbrook, beg your pardon. And Councillor Woodall. Now, is there any voice to the contrary? Is there anyone against? Okay, if there's no one against, I'm declaring this carried. Thank you. Right. Resolved. Back onto the budget. Right, item C25287, consideration and adoption of the 2025-26 budget. Prior to tabling the officer's recommendation, I note that Councillor Ross has proposed an alternative motion. This motion was received with notice and will therefore be considered before the officer recommendation. I also advise that an advice note in relation to this motion has been circulated to elected members ahead of the meeting. Councillor Ross, do you wish to continue? Yes. Thank you. Okay, you have the item before you. You should have the full version. Yes, do you have a seconder? Councillor Lim, thank you. Councillor Ross, can you open the debate, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think without trying to steal anything from Councillor Lee, I've got good news. And that is that there is the officers have prepared a balanced budget for the 3.5% reduction. And if I may provide a snapshot between that and the 4% officer recommendation, the deductions that have been made from the capital budget are the same for both the 4% and the 3.5%. The difference is that ratepayers will pay 0.5% less with the 3.5%, and that in both cases there will be a positive transfer to the infrastructure reserve as a result of these amendments. So in the case of the 3.5, that would be $12,600,000, and in case of the 4%, it would be $13,148,000. So a difference of $548,000, which more than likely will get swallowed up or reversed along the way by the time we get to the end of the year. So the actual difference is very small, and we are listening to the community. We are giving them a reduction as they've asked. And so taking that snapshot and keeping that in mind in terms of the very minor differences, I'd like to continue on. So the reductions to the capital budget has been possible because not all capital project expenses are expenses that must be incurred. Many are expenses that may be considered an extravagance during a cost of living crisis. The expense of $630,000 for a footpath in Dunvegan Road, which the residents have been fighting against because green lawns will be replaced with slabs of concrete, which increase ambient temperatures in the summer and contribute to climate change, has been deleted. Forcing the entire community to pay for something that no ratepayer wants during a cost of living crisis is now recognized as unreasonable. An expense that has not been deleted is the expense of $350,000 for a lift at Tompkins Park, which will provide access to a space that is only large enough to accommodate 8 people at any one time. The building did not require a lift when it was built, and the amount of space that will be made accessible does not justify the cost to the community during a recession and a cost of living crisis. Consideration could be given to deleting this expense item and restoring $35,000 deleted from Moray Mews, subject to further discussion, or to further reducing the rate increase. Expenses of $200,000 on speed humps on Beasley Road and $500,000 on Moray Mews Town Square together with the $630,000 from Dunvegan Road footpath, make up the total $1,330,000 reduction in expenses. Note that only 3 projects required adjustment. But having achieved the required reduction in expenses, out of the blue, 2 new items expense have been added to the budget. One of these is of particular concern. It is an expense of $100,000, which will lead to cutting down mature trees at John Connell Reserve, which provide a habitat for endangered and vulnerable black cockatoos. These mature trees cannot be replaced. Destruction of this habitat to build a second cricket pitch is environmental vandalism, especially as there are numerous alternatives that can and should be explored. Funding this destruction of the cockatoo's known food source at short notice and without specific community consultation by the city is concerning. I have been assured by the CEO that this funding will not be used to remove the trees at this stage, and further funding will be needed before that happens. The other addition is $100,000 for investigation of reduced speeds on Burke Drive. This again is the last minute item which is included in the balanced 3.5% budget, as there are no compelling safety issues, and this is only an investigation. There is no justification to add this to the budget. I'm opposed to both these expenses being added last minute. However, without a further amendment, it will remain in the budget. Another concern, because it reflects the measures used by the city to oppose this rate reduction, is the city's advice to elected members that a 1% reduction amounts to an opportunity cost to the city of $11,212,600.
Can you wrap up your debate, Councillor Ross?
May I have an extra couple of minutes, please?
Yes, is it a couple of minutes or is it another 5 minutes?
Thank you.
It's 2 minutes, I think, isn't it? Two minutes you've got?
It shouldn't take
Can you
more
wrap
than
it up in
more
2
than
minutes?
2 minutes.
Thank you.
I quote the city's email. This figure represents the lost revenue or opportunity cost associated with not increasing the rates by 1%. It reflects the compound effect of foregoing approximately $1.1 million in revenue annually over a 10-year period. Firstly, this is not a $1.1 million yearly or annual reduction over the next 10 years. It is a one-off adjustment for the 25-26 budget only. Secondly, if the city is correct, then a vote against this 1% reduction is a vote for the city to seize their claimed lost opportunity cost, to impose an additional burden on ratepayers to pay $11+ million over the next 10 years. I'm astounded that the city wants to prevent this 1% decrease because it wrongly thinks it is foregoing $11 million plus from ratepayers over the next 10 years, over and above what would be the usual annual review and adjustment of rates. I ask elected members to support the motion to adopt the rate increase at 3.5%. A vote against this motion is A, a vote that could lead to the eradication of black cockatoos' habitat, and B, a vote to impose the city's $11 million plus liabilities on ratepayers annually for the next 10 years. The city's use of averages to minimize the costs of the rate increase is also concerning, especially where, for example, in the same street, the GRV is not evenly distributed. A young family with children is more likely to have a high GRV property, as well as a high mortgage and other higher purchase repayments, as well as school fees, making them the most vulnerable. Ratepayers are currently struggling to put food on the table or fuel in their car. The crisis in the Middle East will increase fuel prices. Australia is in recession, and there's a well-recognized cost of living crisis. Imposing unnecessary costs on ratepayers for expenses that can be deferred or reviewed is not responsible or necessary. I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Lim, do you wish to speak now or later?
I would like to speak now, if that's okay.
Thank you. Do we have a speaker? Oh, did you say now?
Now, sorry. Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I speak now?
You wish to speak now?
Yes,
okay,
please.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the proposed 4% rate increase, first off, exceeds the current consumer price index, the CPI, and comes at a time where many of the residents, you've already heard this 1,000 times, are already grappling with rising living costs. But for young families, first home buyers, and those on fixed incomes, this increase adds yet another layer of financial pressure, especially for millennials and below. House prices are already, I think, rising to about 10 times or 11 times our income compared to what it was in the past. So, and I do understand that we're not living in a fairy tale. Money has to come from somewhere. So as a councillor, I've taken this role seriously. So during our recent budget workshops, we were asked by a facilitator to identify 500K of savings to address the shortfall if we do decide to drop rates. So in response, I supported the removal of Dunvegan Road Capital Works project, valued at approximately 800,000 from this year's budget from Apricross. So this decision wasn't made lightly. I personally inspected the site. I spoke with the local residents and weighed the project against other pressing priorities across the city. While the project has merit in the context of our current financial challenges, it simply doesn't measure up. And to demonstrate the transparency and accountability, this will be formally included in the amendment motion, even though it was removed last minute. So some may argue that the rate rise is of above CPI at the rate of 4 or above is necessary to catch up from previous years of under indexing. But sharp corrections like this is neither fair nor sustainable for our residents. If a catch-up is needed, it must be done gradual and responsibly. So 3.5% is still higher than the CPI. So one that also considers the city's long-term financial stability and the immediate reality facing our community. So even if hypothetically we were to increase the rates by 15%, some may still claim that we're still falling behind this cumulative impact. But this mindset overlooks the broader picture of what we're trying to achieve. And we have to be affordable. We have to instill social equality and be sensitive to the current economic climate. So council decisions must be grounded in context and compassion, not just accounting formulas. So there will always be winners and losers in decisions like this. And one of the hardest hit groups will be, I would say, the residents of Willagee, who are required to contribute $4,000 per property through their rates for the underground power. So for a single residential property, the average rates notice would be around 2,195, which is majority of the properties, bringing a total of their rate notice to about $6,000. So this is a significant burden. While I do understand the CEO did say there's a strong percentage of residents that support this underground power, but there's still a percentage that doesn't. They would rather feed their families than have the underground power in their residence. So I understand this option also spreads the costs over 2 years or even 5 years if you are facing financial difficulties. But let's be honest, no matter how it's structured, it still remains a substantial cost to the ratepayers, which they ultimately have to absorb, either now or later. So in times like this, we must lead with both financial discipline and empathy. So our decision must not reflect just what's on paper, but the real lives behind these numbers. Thank you.
Councillor Woodall.
I have an amendment I'd like to move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woodall. What is your amendment?
So the amendment will need to be just changed slightly, but it will be, yes, that's right. So that attachment 3, the municipal budget, be amended so that elected members' allowances and sitting fees are paid as per the Salaries and Allowances Tribunal's determination of 5th of April 2024, which is last year's determination.
All right, do you have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Woodall, can you please lead the debate?
Thank you. I think I've brought this up a few times, so I'll keep it brief at the risk of boring everyone, but just 3 quick points, I guess, in support of the amendment. So this year, the Salaries and Allowances Tribunal has recommended that elected member allowances be increased by 3.5%. Last year was 4%. And I don't believe we should be at the top of Band 1 because there are a whole range of Band 1 local governments. There are a number, Stirling, Wanneroo, Joondalup, Swan, Rockingham, Gosnells and Coburn, which are all larger than us both in population and area. And the whole purpose, I believe, of having bands with a salary range is to allow local governments to sit within those bands. As it stands, a lot of local governments seem to be simply paying elected members at the very top of each band, which I don't think was the intent. My view is that because we're smaller than some of these other band-run local governments, we should be somewhere more towards the middle of the band rather than at the very top. And the easiest way to achieve that is to essentially withhold some of these increases to allow our sitting fees to basically come to sit within the middle of the band. So that's the first point. The second point I'll just make is that we have decided to give ourselves super, which I think is actually appropriate. I think we should be paid super. My issue with it is that effectively it's an 11.5% pay rise for elected members, which I know was going to happen anyway due to state government legislation, but effectively this year we will be receiving 11.5% more, albeit in our super, increasing to 12% from next financial year. To me, this is a significant increase, and I think it justifies not increasing our sitting fees in the circumstances. And just thirdly, a point that I think I've probably hammered to death, but other politicians at state and federal level, indeed judges and other senior bureaucrats, none of them are required to vote on whether to increase their own pay. And I have a real problem with not only the optics, but the governance issues associated with someone voting on whether to give themselves a pay rise. Whether we like it or not, I think we do necessarily have a conflict of interest. And I think no employee in any workplace is given the opportunity to determine their own pay, and that's for good reason. And so for that reason as well, I object to the method in which we effectively have to approve our own sitting fees by way of the municipal budget, as opposed to having a truly independent third party determine them. And so for those reasons, I ask you to support my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woodall. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you like to speak now or later?
Only to echo the comments that Councillor Woodall has made, particularly about the need to confirm determinations of the Salaries and Allowances Tribunal, which puts us in a tremendously invidious position. I note reporting today that suggests that there is currently a flurry of legislation trying to deal with the potentially invalid appointment of one of the members of that tribunal, former Minister John Day. And so we are hitting on this right at the moment. Parliament, WA Parliament, is having to rush through legislation to reaffirm a whole series of the previous determinations. We could, if that fails, be looking at a significant pay cut if all of those determinations are in the end overturned, and all of this will come to nothing. Suffice it to say that, look, this is an increase. It is not a significant increase. It's not the largest possible increase, but for the reasons Councillor Woodall has identified, I think this is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Is there a speaker against? Councillor Edinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to pick up on Councillor Woolard's comment that employees don't determine their pay for good reason. The company, it's good of him to listen to my comments. The company that I work at, our employees regularly come to us and ask us to increase their pay, and we consider that. And if we think they're putting in, then we do increase their pay. It's not something that doesn't happen. It does happen regularly. Well, that you said employees don't ask to ring. Well, in the sector I work at, if we don't reward our employees adequately, they'll go elsewhere, and we need to retain them, and that's how they retain them. We also reward for effort, and as a councillor, I put in a lot of effort, and I believe that my fellow ward councillor does that, and everyone sitting around this table puts effort in. And we should be adequately compensated for that, and therefore I feel that we should not support your amendment and just go with the determination that was made in April of this year, so that we're adequately compensated for the effort that we put into this job. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take another speaker against. Councillor Wheatland. Oh, you're for. Okay. Well, all right. Let's try this again. I'm looking for a speaker against. Okay, Councillor Wheatland, you're sure this time?
Thank you. And I just want to touch on employees and how they can negotiate their conditions and their wages, and they do that through bargaining, through unions mostly. And unions have predominantly over the decades given workers rights that they currently have today, things like access to paid parental leave, things like access to holidays, things like sick leave. We've got, what's it called, the national employment standards that cannot be given away. But we don't, as elected members, have that opportunity because we aren't employees. We fought very hard over many years to get the superannuation included, and I personally, as a woman and as a member at the time of the Australian Local Government Women's Association of WA, and now I'm the National Vice President, we fight really hard to ensure that women are adequately compensated through superannuation to ensure that we attract women to local government, because I am an example right now. I'm currently unemployed. So I am relying on what I earn here to pay my bills at the moment, you know, and then I've got to pay tax out of that. And we work really hard. We've just spent 2.5 hours on one item. 2.5 hours, and that's just tonight. How many other hours have we spent on that issue and other issues across the city? We work really hard and we work reasonably together and we don't denigrate each other. So it's fair and reasonable to consider that we get paid the allowances and sitting fees as per 25-26. We've heard for a long time in this council chamber and out in the community that the Canning Bridge area is bringing in an abundance of more rateable properties across the city. We have density targets, we've got infill going ahead, we've got rates increasing exponentially. So the argument is that the City of Melville should not be a band one council is quite frankly offensive, I feel. Well, you know, you talk about land mass. Maybe we don't have the land mass, the same area as the City of Stirling or the City of Joondalup or the City of Wanneroo or the City of Swan, who also they wanted to pay themselves more because they think they do more work than us. I think we actually do a lot of bloody work in this room and outside of this room. So I'm actually really offended at this, and I was offended last year, but I'm not speaking against a council decision. You know, leadership shouldn't be paid or underpaid. We're community advocates here, we're community leaders, and we actually don't get paid that much to do the roles that we do. If we sit down and punch the numbers and find out an hourly rate for what we do, well, you know what, I'd be pretty disappointed. Many of us in this room, I have previously, juggle work with paid jobs. You know, there's young family workers, young people with families in this room. What message is this sending to our youth about following a pathway into local government as elected members? Do we want this chamber full of old people? Seriously? Making decisions about youth in the future? I class myself as an old person too, thank you. Like, we want to attract people to this role that have the same passion and commitment and want to make a go of it. And we're not going to do that Young people don't want to, they're not interested in this because it's not their cup of tea, they don't understand it, and they don't get paid enough. So also, this probably is not on point, but it's undervaluing our work by not increasing our income, our pay, our value, our worth. So it's sending a message out there to people in the community that we don't value what we do. So I really ask you to carefully consider this. This is not just about, this is about so much more than being conflicted about making a decision about our own pay rise.
Sorry, councillor, can you wrap up your debate, please?
Okay. So this is about more than just making a decision on our income. This is about leadership. This is about showing commitment, and this is about leading by example and attracting new people of value to this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a speaker for. Is there a speaker for? If there's no further speakers for, councillor Spanbrook, is that a for?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything at all actually this evening, but the reason I decided to is with regards to the rates and also cost of living. And even though that I understand, and I do agree what Councillor Wheatland is saying, but it does come down to, this is meant to be a voluntary role. We don't come into it, well, I didn't come into it for the money.
Just a moment. Can I just ask, is this a voluntary role? I think it's been recategorised, hasn't it? I think we've moved away from that volunteer
All right, okay,
thing.
then.
Okay.
Well, I'll retract those words and I will start again. I would like to think that councillors don't become a councillor for the money. They become a councillor for what they can do for the community. And I understand, Councillor Wheatland, what you're saying, that we do work hard, but if it was in any other environment, then I won't have a problem at all with it. But right now, people are hurting, and I do feel that, and I'm sorry about your circumstances, but there are a lot of issues that are going on within the community with regard to cost of living, housing crisis, and I don't need to, to go any further than that because I'm sure everyone's across it. So I do support Councillor Woodall's his amendment, and I'd like everyone else just to rethink that as well. Thank you.
All right, I'll take another speaker against. Councillor Barber.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to refute a couple of things, Councillor Woodall compared us to other Band 1 councils, but Stirling, Joondalup, Wanneroo are certainly quite a ways out of the metropolitan area. We are at the City of Melville, are right in, pretty much in a metro, and we deal with some very big issues which cause us a lot of time, and as Councillor Wheatland has said tonight, we've just debated something for nearly 3 hours. We're at the JDAP all the time. Some lucky councillors get paid to go to the JDAP, the rest of us don't. We work really hard. I agree with Councillor Wheatland. We're not deciding our own pay rise, the Local Government Act is. We're just doing what is legal and lawful. We're not volunteers, but we have no office. People often say to me, well, can I come and see you in your office? And I go, I don't have an office. I just work from home. You work from home? Well, have you got staff? No, I don't have any staff. I do my own typing. I do my own emailing. I answer all my own phone calls. I do all my own follow-ups. We work hard. We don't get any special conditions. If I feel sick, I don't get sick pay or holiday pay. And earlier on today, I told you I was listening to the ABC radio, and Nadia Mitsopoulos, when she was talking about the decision we were talking about tonight, which did take us 3 hours to decide, she said, who'd be a councillor, to her newsreader? She said, gosh, I wouldn't. God, who'd want to be a councillor? That would be terrible. And I'm listening, driving along, thinking, yeah, you're probably right, Nadia, but do you know what? I love it. And I think most other people in this room love it. And as Councillor Wheatland said, we have healthy debate, we challenge each other, but we respect each other, and ultimately we are here for our community. And we didn't take a pay rise last year because Councillor Woodall brought this up last year, and we felt bad about it. I feel bad about it, but there is a cost of living crisis. So It's in the Local Government Act. We're not deciding this fate. And I firmly believe, like the other speakers who are against Councillor Woodall's motion, that we should value ourselves highly, and I don't agree with this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. I think that we've had a pretty even debate on both sides, so now I'll go back to Councillor Woodall to wrap up the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll just try and cover off some of the points that have been raised. As I've said before, I don't at all call into question the work and effort of all elected members around this table. That, I think, goes without question. Everyone works very hard, and despite the differences of opinion we have around this table, I agree with Councillor Barber that we are respectful, we reach a decision, and we move on, and that's how it should be. So I don't think the fact that we might choose not to pay ourselves at the very maximum rate allowed does not mean that we don't value our work. Lots of people are not paid at the maximum rate allowed for their band. It happens with employees who are also in employment bans or job bans. I think that's quite normal. It's no comment on the amount of work or effort that people put in. Just secondly, in terms of band 1, the Salaries and Allowances Tribunal have set up a band with a range for the very reason, presumably, because they want local governments to set their pay within that band. We are not forced to be at the top of the band. We decide where we fit in that band. We could be at the bottom of the band if we wanted to be. We could be at the very top. We make that decision. It's not a decision made by the Salaries and Allowances Tribunal, and it's not something that just automatically happens as a result of the Local Government Act. We have to make a conscious decision where to set our pay. I think, as Councillor Fitzgerald said, there's problems with that. Just to go to the topic of employees and unions, they do a fantastic job advocating for higher pay and better conditions, but ultimately they're advocates, they're not decision makers. They cannot unilaterally just decide to set pay at a higher rate. Ultimately, it still has to be approved by a third party, whether that's someone more senior or an independent tribunal, whoever it might be, but ultimately it has to go through a check and a balance to make sure that it's an appropriate decision and it's the right decision. And just finally, we are talking about currently, under the previous determination, we're at the very top of the band. I'm not proposing any cut to our salary or allowance. I'm simply proposing to keep it as it is at the current level. The difference between the two is approximately $1,000 or so. I don't think it's a huge sum of money over a whole 12-month period. And I think given the fact that, as we've discussed at length, there's a cost of living crisis, we are going to have to put up rates by more than CPI. And on top of that, we have decided to pay ourselves super on top of our existing allowances. I don't think the justification to increase our salaries and allowances is there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Woodall. Now, we are voting on the amendment of Councillor Woodall. It's been highlighted in yellow. The motion is, please read it. Oh, there seems to be an administrative change we need to make. So just bear with us for a moment. Thank you. Okay, so this motion had to be changed in order to be, yeah, I know, it's suddenly become large. Mr. Tuffin will explain why. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If the proposed motion is supported, a number of notes and the financial statements would need to be amended to reflect those changes. Just to repeat that, if the motion is supported, because the budget's currently being prepared on the basis of the maximum fee, so note 10, the statement of financial activity, cash flow, comprehensive income, the payments to councillors are actually in those statements, so they would all need to be amended to reflect this change. So there's quite a few changes there.
Councillor Woodall, are you happy to include those changes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's fine.
Councillor Fitzgerald, are you happy to include those changes? Yes? Okay, thank you. All right, now, is everybody clear on what they're voting on? They're voting on holding fees to the 2024 level. Okay. Councillor Spanbrook, do you know what you're voting on? Do you understand? You're clear. Right. Let's make sure you're clear. All right, so we're going to go to the vote now, and green means you agree with Councillor Woodall and pegging the sitting fees at 2024 level. Okay, and red is that you don't agree. Do we need that? No. Just to let you know, we'd need an absolute majority for this to succeed. Okay. Is that me? For me? That is lost 5-7. Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment.
Councillor Robbins, yes, what is your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have sent it through to governance, so hopefully they have it. So it's an amendment to 5.1 of Councillor Ross's recommendation. Removes the words "which includes are" and replaces them with the exception of the. And then at the end of the last sentence, adding the words "instead reducing the overall roads and car parks capital works budget and or the buildings capital works budget by a total of $548,540, ensuring required amendments are made in associated budget documents."
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Right, Head of Governance has a comment to make. Thank you, Ms Newman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. This would actually come under 11.11 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, and it's a significant amendment. It does have impacts on our budget documents and requires the removal of projects that haven't been discussed in this forum. So there are some concerns in relation to this amendment.
Yes, Ms Bowman, CEO, has a few comments to make.
Thank you. I have just consulted with the Director of Corporate Services because we would not have the opportunity to go through and consider potentially which projects may need to be removed from the budget, which has already been drafted we would not be able to provide advice to council at this late stage regarding potential projects to adjust and remove. And it is quite a complex document, as we've just talked about with that previous amendment, to actually go through and then actually make all the modifications and ensure that the statutory budget is in accordance with all the legislation. So it would be very, very difficult for the administration to make that change if there was a proposal to change potentially transfers to and from the reserve, which is what Councillor Ross's alternative motion, that would be easier to accommodate rather than actually trying to make changes to the draft capital works budget at this quite late stage. Mr Tuffin can provide some more detail, but it would be very difficult and be considered a significant amendment for us to be able to enact. That would be very difficult. Thank you.
Okay, so the upshot of that is that your amendment is not accepted.
Thank you. I'll foreshadow my intention to move an alternate recommendation in the event that Councillor Ross's alternate recommendation and the officer's recommendation are both lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. All right, so we're on to... Well, we have had the mover, Councillor Ross, of the substantive alternative motion, and we have had the seconder speaking. So now I'm looking for a speaker against. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I must say, of all of the motions I've responded to, certainly none have been put in as stark terms as this. You know, we are told that a vote could lead to the eradication of black cockatoos, which frankly is absurd, and the entire basis of the motion should be treated with the, as it deserves. This is, I think, riddled with staggering overreach. This is an argument against the budget that refuses to talk in real dollar terms about what we are discussing. So let's do that. We are talking about a difference for a person who is on the lowest minimum rate of $7.18, not per week, annually. That is the dollar figure. And on that basis, Councillor Ross wants to suggest that, this will be the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to the cost of living crisis. We even have the extraordinary and frankly stunning claim that this will impact family and domestic violence, that a failure to reduce the rates by... This is written in the motion that was presented to council in the reasons. This is extraordinary stuff, and I think it shows the extent to which the argument is not being had on the basis of the real facts before us. This is reached into the realm of the fanciful, and I suggest that we should perhaps come back down to earth. So let's leave the crisis in the Middle East, which was referred to. Let's leave the eradication of black cockatoos. Let's instead ask ourselves, what are we discussing here? Every year from 2020 to 2024, we increased rates significantly below CPI. 0% rate increase in 2020-2021, 0% rate increase in 2021-2022, as against CPI of 2.1 and 1%. A 3.5% increase in 2022-2023, as against CPI of 7.6%. And an average increase for residential homes in 2023-2024 of 4.87%, as against CPI of 5.8%. So of the last 5 years, we have cushioned the blow of CPI in terms of the amount that we have increased our charges. Now, our capacity to do that and to maintain the sort of financial stability that allows us to do things like offer residents of Willagee the opportunity to spread the financial burden of underground power, which they voted for, which is a very good idea. Our financial capacity, unlike other councils, is such that we can spread that. and that is because we have a financial basis that is solid. We will progressively undermine that solid basis if we continue to allow costs that this organisation incurs to go up and rates to not go up. We have cushioned the blow substantially on the way up. This requires, sensibly, meaning that we do not necessarily go down as fast as we might otherwise. Again, we are talking in real dollar terms of $7.18 for the person who is on the minimum residential rates. Let us contrast this with the situation we find in our neighbouring councils, where that minimum residential rate is itself much higher. It is, on the budget that the officers have presented, $1,484.62 minimum residential rate in Melville. Coburn, $1,591. City of Fremantle, $1,825, nearly $300 more. I do not think that the residents of Coburn and the residents of Fremantle are getting much better service than they are here in Melville. In fact, I think we give them far better service here in Melville than they get in Coburn or they get in Fremantle. We have asked for years our officers to do more with less, and that is now having a real impact on the services that we provide. We all voted earlier last year to change the way that we do rubbish collection so that we're now doing a single collection from the verge rather than multiple verge collections. This is a reduction in services, and a significant part of that justification was the financial implications. These are the services
wrap up your debate
that we will continue to cut. So when we talk about the real lives behind these numbers, rest assured that for every individual who now has to go and source a skip bin rather than rely on a service that the council until last year provided, they are paying far more than $7 a year to fill that service gap themselves. The service gap will continue to increase if we do not fund the organisation to continue to do it. Our officers have done an extraordinary job at finding efficiencies over the last 5 years, but any more cuts are cuts to the bone. The last thing I want to say is road safety is not an extravagance. Footpaths and accessibility is not an extravagance. These are the basic services, the rats, rates, roads and rubbish of local governments, and we should provide them, and we should fund the provision of those services. And the officers' budget has done that, and I suggest that we should revert to that budget. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. At this point, I'll take another speaker against. Councillor Barber.
You can go. Would you like to go, Councillor Green? I'll just do, can I go quickly and then Councillor Green can have a turn?
Yeah, you don't need to be quick. You've got 5 minutes.
Oh, look, I'd like Councillor Green to have a turn.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that.
All right.
It doesn't work like that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can basically concur with what Councillor Fitzgerald has said. We've negotiated with the city to get rates down from the advertised 4.5 to 4, and in real terms, that's an increase of $7.18 a year for the minimum rates, which is incredible. I'm very concerned when councillors are starting to take capital projects out of the budget. The city said at 4% they can do all the projects and all the services that we currently have on plan. If we start taking capital projects out willy-nilly, it's going to affect the process. I certainly am going to be advocating for all the projects in Bicton, Adderall and Alfred Cove, that they go ahead, and I don't want to be able to say, oh, sorry, you know, that we've got some finance issues. I know there's lots happening in other suburbs like Leeming and Bull Creek, and I'm sure those ward councillors don't want to have to say to their constituents, oh, look, you know, the city are clamping down. No, the city said they can do everything at 4%, which is an increase of $7.18. Why are we fiddling? Why are we mucking around with this process? Councillor Ross mentioned take the lift from Tompkins Park, and I just think that's just terrible. Apart from the loss of a lift, which we've been trying to get at Tompkins Park for years, there's compliance issues there. Somebody had a nasty accident the other day carrying glasses up the thin, narrow stairs. This is why we shouldn't be interfering with what's happening in the capital works projects. that are happening. I understand that, and it was interesting hearing from Councillor Fitzgerald how we've been under CPI for the last few years, but I also understand that local government is very closely aligned to the local government index, which is slightly different to CPI. And it's because we are such a high service industry that we have slightly different standards and quotas, and we meet the local government index. Now, we are a high service industry, and I certainly think that our city could make efficiencies in service. But this is a slow process, and I've got complete faith in the CEO that she is moving in the right direction in trying to find efficiencies in our very large organisation. And I hope that we get these in future so that we can keep rates at a very modest level. And finally, to talk about the underground power that Councillor Lim raised, and it certainly is an issue, and that is a very high figure, but the city are helping residents by having a plan. I would like us to look at maybe, no, I won't say that yet, but I think there's other things we can do to help our residents. But we also need to recognise that underground power does add value to properties. And so essentially it is a bit of a win for the residents. So I think that if the city says they can do everything, all the services we currently do, and we live in a fantastic city. I believe our residents love our services, they love our parks, they love our events, and they certainly love the fact that we are financially sound. And therefore, I'm asking you to not support the 3.5, but the 4% that the city officers have recommended.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. Is there a speaker for? All right, then I'll go back to the mover of the motion, which is Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am surprised to find the complete lack of understanding of how the budget is constructed. The 4% rate that's been proposed has exactly the same changes in capital budgets as the 3.5%. So no services are affected by the 3.5%. So, I mean, it really astounds me that we sit here and claim to understand financial things when we really don't. Councillor Barber says he's concerned about taking...
Mayor, I'd like to move point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor Green?
This is derogatory towards what other councillors have said. Other councillors have let the facts do the talking, what's written down in the motion. But this is implying that other councillors don't know what they're doing with regards to the budget, and I would like Councillor Ross to apologise and retract.
You just wait a moment, please. Your point of order is accepted under Code of Conduct. Councillor Ross, that you should not make adverse reflections against other elected members.
Madam Mayor, with respect, I'm allowed to rebut the statements that are made by other people, and I was told to come down to earth. That is an adverse reflection if you want to play that game, okay? So let us continue with dealing with this matter.
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure that, this is not a retraction, and the procedures are quite clear. There's not an opportunity for crosstalk by members who have faced a direction from the Mayor.
Thank you. I agree. Councillor Ross, can you continue with the debate? Well, what's he? Councillor Ross is wrapping up the debate. Can you please continue?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In terms of how the budget has been constructed, none of the services have been affected at all by the adjustments. And in terms of the footpaths that have been not being done. The residents didn't want those footpaths, so spending money on things that nobody wants is a waste of funds. In terms of the $7.18 minimum residential rate, that is not applicable to everyone. To use that as a measure of the impact it is upon individuals is simply a waste of a completely irrelevant consideration. It takes away from the fact that those people at the higher end of the scale in terms of their mortgages and commitments are still the ones who are struggling. This budget gives the people, the ratepayers, what they want in terms of a reduction. It doesn't affect the transfers to reserves. In fact, there are $12,600,000 being transferred to reserves as a result of this budget. And the difference between that and the 4% budget is that it is $548,000. That's the only difference. So we've said that we listen to our residents, we listened to it. There were 500 and something objections to the advertised 4.5% rate. Now, this achieves a very good result. It provides a reduction in terms of the rates. It completes all of the projects that needs to be completed. It only affects 3 projects which were adjusted, and it eases the load on the ratepayers. I think that it's a good outcome and one that should be accepted. All of us here, when we're looking to be elected, put our hands up and said, we'll work our hardest to lower your rates. And everything that's been said about we've decreased rates over the past years. At the past years, we were not in a recession. In the past years, people were not struggling to put food on their table. So while we're very comfortable here, there are other people who are struggling, and they've asked for relief, and we can give them that relief. And to quibble about 0.5% is astounding. I think it's disgraceful if we do not vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. We're now proceeding to the vote.
Madam Mayor, not to
Councillor
be
Fitzgerald.
painful, Madam Mayor, but my understanding is that you directed Councillor Ross to withdraw her comments. I am not aware that those comments were withdrawn. I wonder if we could have a finalisation of that matter.
Thank you. Now, I did ask advice from the head of governance regarding your comment of we've got to come down to earth. There was no objection raised at that time. However, there was an objection raised to Councillor Ross, a point of order raised to Councillor Ross in order to do with the code of conduct, and you have been asked to retract those comments about...
I retract the comments.
You retract those comments. Okay, thank you. I think we have a resolution there. We'll now move on to a vote. So, do we understand what we're voting on? Councillor's amendment, or alternative motion, is setting the rates at 3.5%. Vote green for yes, you agree, and red for no. It requires an absolute majority. That is lost 5-7. Thank you very much. We're now proceeding to the officer's recommendation of 4%. Do we have a mover? Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded. Councillor Green. Councillor Fitzgerald, could you please start the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, given the context and given that we've had to deal with the previous motion, much of what I would have said in support has already been said, so I won't revisit that. I will note, just in general terms, that it is not a surprise to me that in the time that finalisation of the budget has come to pass, additional items have been identified that have needed more funding. And that is invariably going to be the case. I'm sure residents and ratepayers contact all elected members at various times asking about service provision. If your inbox is anything like mine, or if the conversations you're having with individuals is anything like mine, people are not exactly thrilled about the new rubbish collection system and are keen for us to revert. There will be financial consequences if we choose to do that. I actually had a very unusual one recently. I'm used to getting sort of comments on city service provisions, not so used to them coming from my 2-year-old niece, who complained that there were too many people at Tunes for Tots, which is a very popular program and one of the services we provide that has such a real impact on our ability to be a connected community, our ability to do basic literacy stuff for youth, our ability to make sure that young parents and young mums in particular have social supports, are connecting with the council and with council services more generally. It's one of, you could pick any number of fantastic programs that we run here. And I think we run a lot of extraordinary programs. And it's worth remembering that we have done that and delivered on a significant capital works budget with less and less money in real terms over the last 5 or 6 years. And that is an absolute credit to the staff at the city who have been called on, who have been challenged to find very significant efficiencies and who have met that challenge. And who once again, like we went out on advertising 4.5%, we're settling a budget on the officer's recommendations on 4%. So they were able to dig deep and find more opportunities to ensure that we are not taking more rates than we need. I think overall we have an excellent city that provides excellent services and provides a standard of infrastructure that the people here expect and are entitled to. And I think this is a budget that supports that not just now, but that supports that over the long term, that we are returning to, hopefully, trend inflation over time, and that our rates increases will return to trend inflation over time. And this is, I think, an excellent step down that path. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Green, do you wish to speak now or later?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against? Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In speaking against the 25-26 adoption of the 25-26 budget, I'd just like to remind elected members about my foreshadowed motion, which is for a 3.5% increase, but to be funded by removing items from the capital works schedule rather than funding it from reserves. There are many things in our budget, or either in our budget or represented by...
Councillor Robbins, I just have to interrupt you there. You have mentioned that you wanted to move another alternate motion for 3.5%. Can I just have Head of Governance comment on that, please?
Can we just have a moment? Just get some clarity while the debate continues on the officer recommendation.
Ms Newman, Governance, just has a little bit of advice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, just in relation, I believe you're trying to foreshadow a motion that if the officer recommendation is lost, you would like to move to a further alternative motion to the 3.5%. Is that correct?
Yes, with the way it's funded being different, which I wasn't allowed to move as an amendment before because it was too different from Councillor Ross's alternate motion.
It was a significant amendment. It was deemed to be a significant amendment, which was, it would quite differently change the context, and we don't have the necessary information here, given the items that would need to be pulled out. We will just do a little bit more research while this debate continues on the alternative motion that you're proposing to foreshadow.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robbins, you wish to speak again? Oh, sorry, for. Against, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor. The reason that I've arrived at the position that I don't feel I can support the 25-26 budget, to put it simply, is that there are too many things that are either in it or represented by it that I don't agree with. To name a few: relinquishing the opportunity to derive substantial income from significant land assets which would reduce the rate burden. Construction of an unnecessarily large and extravagant library and cultural centre. Unnecessarily expanding the scope of what legislation determines should be a disability access plan. Niche arts and culture projects accessed by very few people. Extending far beyond what is required in terms of a reconciliation action plan. Paying members of the public to sit on advisory panels or groups, climate action strategies that rely on action from individuals across the City of Melville, something which is beyond our control, and elected members and staff enjoying sumptuous meals at events where attendance doesn't benefit the fulfilment of their role. And I'm sure there's others. I'd now like to read some comments from a resident of Bateman, Mr. Glue. And these were sent by email to myself and my fellow ward councillor a few days ago. And I just want to explain that I promise I didn't write this, although they do largely reflect my views. For years, I've been watching the activities of council expand exponentially into areas of limited or no interest or benefit to the great majority of residents. Staffing at council has expanded to cater for these pointless activities. These particularly relate to council embracing extensive culture and events activities and the establishment of groups such as the Climate Action Advisory Group. My expectation is the City of Melville do a much better job of attending to its core services. I note that your justifying statement references 5 key outcome areas of healthy, safe and inclusive, clean and green, sustainable and connected development, vibrant and prosperous, and good governance and leadership. While I don't suggest council should not pursue these outcomes, the listing of them as core and the language used to describe them indicates an organisation that has lost sight of its core purpose. It has become commonplace for governments at all levels to determine what they would like to do and then set about raising taxes, in this case rates, to pay for it. It is clear the City of Melville is no different. My objection centres on the clear fact that Melville has steadily increased its services to include many that are by no means essential or of interest to the majority of residents. I have been a resident of the city for more than 40 years and have witnessed revenue increase exponentially along with staff numbers snowballing to cater to an ever larger range of activities that council did not undertake 10, 20 or 30 years ago. You may consider this to be progress, but the cost of doing so is clearly out of control. During these difficult economic times, it appears that governments are the only organisations that have no interest in living within their means. I must, and so should the City of Melville. And that concludes the comments from Mr. Glue. In closing, I just want to make a comment on one of the points that's been consistently raised by others, staff and sometimes elected members, which is that the the dollar figure increase is really small. I think that that's a really poor argument, and it strikes me that the same people who want to talk about the cumulative impact of not increasing our rates enough fail to recognise the cumulative impact of what they say is a tiny increase on some of our residents and ratepayers who are really struggling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Do I have a speaker for? I think everybody may have spoken quite a lot up to this point. So is there another speaker against? Pardon? Yeah, the 4%. Yeah, thank you. So, sorry, can I just ask you, we're trying to talk about this 4% rate increase. We've had Councillor Fitzgerald speaking. We've had a speaker against. Are you speaking for? Okay, yes. Well, why don't we do that? Councillor Green, can you speak now, please?
No one else is happy to speak for.
No, they don't wish to speak.
Take my reserved right. I'll try to be brief. I do agree with a lot of the things said already. I'm sort of encouraged that we're looking at this from different angles, from Councillor Fitzgerald, also Councillor Barber, and I also respect a lot of the sentiment around wanting to keep the rate setting lower and look at cutting out capital projects and things like that. I think that is also a concern. However, I just think that the 4% is appropriate. I guess I'll start by saying we have a net transfer out of $20 million in this budget. So that's taking reserves from 122 million down to 102. So that, firstly, that to me that says that we are doing something for ratepayers in terms of lessening the impact of the cost of living, because we are dipping into our own savings to ensure that ratepayers don't have to pay as much as a rate rise. On that note, I'd like to support what the city officers have said regarding 1% less now is $11 million in 10 years. That is correct. It's 1%. Because when you put it up 1% this year, that 1% doesn't go away for the next 10 years. It's still there. So you do end up with an 11 million benefit at the end of the 10 years. Young families, it's quite possible that young families will be hardest hit by the GRV recalculation, but that GRV recalculation is not in this coming year, it's in the following year. So therefore, I think we should be doing what we can, a palatable increase that is smooth in regards to the long-term financial plan now, so that we don't have to, so there isn't as much of a shock on the lower income families in our area in the GRV recalculation year. There's been some comments, not tonight, but in other discussions about there being some sort of windfall from the GRV. That is not the case. It's rates are set by the amount of money that we are required, what we require, not taking advantage of an increase in GRV. Lastly, as I said, I do have some concerns about us spending more than and dipping into our reserves, which have gone down quite significantly. And what that's doing is impacting our ability to generate revenue streams from things other than rates. I think it's well established that our reliance on rates is high relative to other local governments around Western Australia, and previous criticism of holding high amounts of cash reserve were perhaps born when interest rates were next to nothing, so we weren't getting an income. We weren't getting an income from even just from interest from cash in the bank from that, or term deposits. At the moment, the income that we're receiving from our term deposits is around about the 4.7% mark. So if we're looking at the 20 million net transfer out that we have identified in the budget, 4.7% of that is $940,000. That's 0.8% of a rate rise right there in perpetuity, because the money's gone, we can't get it back. So these sorts of things I think we need to be very conscious of. I do agree that we should be looking at minimising and reducing spending where we can. So I guess I'm coming at it from a financial management point of view rather than a keep rates lower and deliver less services point of view. I think we need to maintain a significant amount of reserves to as a buffer for our own operations, for risk management, but also to allow us to look at opportunities for alternative revenue streams, starting with 4.7% in term deposits, but looking at other land acquisitions, these sorts of things that may get us a return beyond that 4.7%. So for a smoothing over respect of the process for the long-term financial plan, I think we should stick with the 4%. It was 4.5 last year, so it's a little lower for ratepayers this year, and we are cushioning some of the shock of the cost of living. Yes, so for that reason, I recommend voting for the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Green. We'll move straight on to Councillor Fitzgerald to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, I thank all councillors for their contribution to this debate. Budgets are a question of our priorities, and this is a question of what are the organisation's core purposes. Councillor Robbins is absolutely right. I think where we differ, aside from the suggestion that we're attending sumptuous meals, which I must confess, while the catering is very good on ordinary meeting of council nights, the vast majority of meetings we attend here when they are catered are a meal we pull out of the fridge and put into a microwave. And with all respect to the staff that prepare them, I'd hardly refer to that as sumptuous. But to, I guess, return to the more important point, which is the organisation's core purposes, it is very easy, I think, to talk about what council has expanded into and to miss what services council has cut. We no longer run Meals on Wheels when once we did. And we do not look at the services that were provided by council, services like childcare, services like Meals on Wheels, much more extensive social services that were offered by councils in the past, and lament the loss of those services in the way that when we pick up services that respond to the demands of the modern age, like the Climate Action Plan, they come in for criticism. I do not think that continuing to languish without a library and cultural centre serves well the people of the city of Melville. I think that is a project that we ought to continue, and I think we need budget settings that will allow us to secure those projects. And that, councillors, is what is at stake. The question is, are our purposes going to be defined by perspectives that say everything we have lost over the past decades We were right to lose, and we should not lament that we no longer offer Meals on Wheels as a service. And everything we've gained is a problem, and we should jettison it and return to the basics. I would suggest that we cannot have it both ways. I think that the role councils play is in flux and does respond to the demands of our residents, and should, in a democratic society, respond to the demands of our residents. But that means give and take. It means we lose some services, we gain others, and overall, I am very comfortable that our organisation is well focused on its core service, which is providing for the residents and ratepayers of this city. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, could I just query why we had 4 speeches for and only one against? So we had the mover and the
according to
seconder.
me, I had Councillor Fitzgerald move, Councillor Green seconded, you spoke against, and nobody else wanted to speak.
I don't think you called for another speaker against.
I did. No one was interested. Yeah. Yeah. There was, and then Scott reserved his right to speak. So he spoke and Councillor Fitzgerald wrapped up the debate.
I stand corrected. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're voting now. So we're voting on 4% rate increase. It's a very long item. I hope you've all read it. And so Green is supporting the 4% increase and Red is against. Absolute majority. Thank you, Councillor Wheatland. That is carried 7-5 by absolute majority. Thank you. Now, I'm very mindful of the time. It is 10:30. We should have wrapped up at 10. We still have a number of items. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through very quickly. If there is an item that you need to spend time on and wish to debate, I believe we can defer that to our special meeting. Is that correct? So it'll be next Wednesday evening, the special meeting of council, and we will have to defer those matters to that meeting. So are you all okay with that? Right.
Madam Mayor,
yes, Councillor Robbins.
I'd like to move that we adjourn this meeting now and resume it after the special meeting of council.
Oh.
Why not at the special meeting of council?
Oh, I just thought you had to advertise what the special meeting was for. I didn't think you
That's
could
right, and that's why we waited. We haven't done it yet.
Okay,
and why
then-
we waited was because we wanted to see how this meeting would go, and if there were any items that we hadn't yet covered, we would then advertise it as the special meeting. Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, so I'm happy to, I'd like to move that we adjourn this now and...
So you want to still adjourn it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've got to... Wait a minute. I think we're in the middle of a vote. So I think... Hang on.
Madam
No, we're
Mayor?
not. We've just finished it.
Madam Mayor,
So
can-
you're moving a procedural motion now. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edinger. Okay, now is there anyone against?
Yeah.
Because otherwise we're going to have to do 2 different meetings. So
Should we just do
Yeah.
it as a
Defer it.
separate meeting? Like defer this and resume it after the special meeting?
Can you use your microphone, please?
Oh, we have to have a time.
Madam Mayor, does that mean you won't be running through the items at all now?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, well, might only be
No,
quick. so
well,
why not
what
we
I
just do
wanted
a
to
few?
do was go through I did say that,
Yes,
but I want to go through the items that have no controversy.
Can we vote on this? Because, I mean,
Well, we are voting on council. We have a procedural motion in front of us.
Right.
That is to adjourn this meeting until after the special council meeting.
Okay.
That is on the table right now. I'm not
Right.
seeing anybody objecting to it.
Oh, well,
Is there-
I object to it.
You object to it,
I
okay.
would like for you to run through as many as you can right now, because it might
Okay.
only take 15, 20 minutes.
Right, we're not debating this. This is a procedural motion, and Councillor Robbins has moved it. It has been seconded.
So I believe the head of government's...
Councillor Edinger seconded, I believe. Yes?
I think the head of governance would like me to move that all of the items that we have not yet considered be deferred to the special meeting of council next Wednesday night. Is that right?
So that means we will not be going through any more items tonight, okay? We're finishing the meeting right now, okay? Just everybody, we have to vote on it. So is everybody clear on what we're voting on? It's an adjournment for the balance of the agenda to be at the special council meeting on Wednesday night.
Just to be sure, can you maybe Head of Governance just give us an idea of how many more items are left? I know I can go to the agenda, but I just want to get it recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Newman, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, we have 3 policies from the Policy and Legislation Committee. We have the Corporate Business Plan 2025 to 2029, the Annual Review of Delegations, Authorisations and Appointments, Statements of Financial Activity, the Restricted Tender for RFT 242512, and the proposed parking station at the former Bridge Club site, and the rescission motion in relation to 21 Ferguson Street, and there was also the investment statements that was withdrawn from the en bloc items by Councillor Lee.
Okay, so is there any voice? I think Councillor Spanbrook wants to vote.
Speak to my motion, please?
Oh, yes, you can, certainly.
Just very quickly, it's already very, very late. There's quite a few items, as we just heard, on the agenda still. One of those at least has an amendment which is before us. I know there's another one which there's been a lot of conversation about, which I'd be very surprised if there's no discussion. So I think we're going to have to come back anyway. I think we might as well just call it now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're now proceeding to a vote. So all those in favour of adjourning...
Can I not speak against it, or I can't?
No,
procedure.
it's a procedural motion. We're voting. So all those in favour of adjourning the rest of the agenda to a special meeting of council on Wednesday, vote green. If you don't want to, vote red. That's carried 10-1. Thank you for your attendance. This meeting is now closed. We're just shutting down the streaming, so please do not...